Peace and salute, everybody. What is good?
What's the status, 3?
I'm good, just making the world a better place, that's all.
Yeah. This is the song by Everlast, I Get By.
Government man keep calling my house, talking about I owe, harassing my spouse. Gotta park my truck on another block, cause the subprime loan got my ass in hot. Got a couple good friends with helping hands. I need a brand new job with a healthcare plan. They closed the plan, they stole my job and told me crime don't pay unless you ask the mob. So I smoke a little grass, drink a little wine, watch a little too, try to kill a little time. Every single day I fall a little more behind, but I'm paying it no mind. It'll all be fine. I get by. I barely get by. I barely get by. I stay a little high, I ain't gonna lie. I barely get by. I stay a little high, I ain't gonna lie. Party people in the place to be, put your hands in the sky if you're barely getting by. It's on and on to the break of dawn, got to keep the rent paid and the power on. Yes, yes, y'all, and it never stops. I don't trust the government, I don't trust no cops. We dip and we dive and we socialize. We struggle and we strive just to stay alive. I get by. I barely get by. When I finally get home, I can't relax, cause I've been overworked and I've been overtaxed. My bank account's empty, all my cards are maxed, and I ain't looking for no pity, I'm just stating the facts. I voted for some change, and it's kinda strange, now it's all I got in my pocket. I bought a few LEDs, now I'm growing some trees, and it's a sweet fucking hustle, don't knock it. I told y'all before I would break the law to put food in my baby girl's belly. Cause the senator man took a bribe in hand and went and shipped my job to New Delhi. I get by. I barely get by. I barely get by. I stay a little high, I ain't gonna lie. I barely get by. I stay a little high, I ain't gonna lie. Party people in the place to be, put your hands in the sky if you're barely getting by. It's on and on till the break of dawn, got to keep the rent paid and the power on. Yes, yes, y'all, and it never stops. I don't trust the government, I don't trust no cops. I dip and I dive and I socialize. I struggle and I strive just to stay alive. I get by. I barely get by. Get by. I stay a little high, I ain't gonna lie. I barely get by. I stay a little high, I ain't gonna lie. Got it good.
I barely get by. He said, I don't trust the government and I don't trust no cops. I was watching Smoking G Sharp's live. I don't know how long ago it was, but it was the last one. She mentioned the same thing. I don't know if I mentioned this, but I was reading Google a couple of days ago, I think, and somebody got a what do you call that award? Anyway, I forgot the name of the award. The Nobel Unpeace Prize for the Jizza Jabbo. Like, what? Anyone who gets the Nobel Peace Prize, it seems they do the complete opposite. Everything's backwards in this effed up world. They give people who create war and famine and all this shit a Nobel Peace Prize? What the hell? And they give ding-dongs that water too. Like, didn't it Neil the Ass Tyson get one? If I'm not mistaken. Let's look that up. The Nobel Peace Prize. It's a fucking joke. Next, George Bush will get one for bringing peace to the Middle East. Narges Mohammadi, I think that's the person who got it. I could be wrong. I want to be 100% positive here. No, that's not the person. My fault. Muhammad Dhabi Nargis. I don't think that's the one. Let's see. It says, oh, let me share it. That would be nice, right? That would be nice. The Nobel Peace Prize has been awarded 104 times to 141 Nobel Prize laureate, yeah, between 1901 and 2023. 111 individuals and 30 organizations. So maybe it was an organization that got it. It says the International Committee of the Red Cross, you mean the Iron Cross, has been awarded. Now, that's another opinion I have about the Red Cross there. I have lots of opinions on them. No, that wasn't Narges Mohammadi. She got it for her fight against the oppression of women in Iran and her fight to promote human rights and freedom for all. What do people think about that? About how they treat women, like, over there. I know there's so many different opinions people would have. Maybe I got the wrong award. I could have sworn it said that award. Did it get nominated? I don't know. Let me look in Google. Let's see. No. Yeah, it says it right here. Oh yeah. Yep. I'll show you. They sure did get one. Oh yeah. Oh boy. What the hell? Nobody even pressed music. That's the crazy part. I had to switch my phone from 5G to 4G. I thought it was because I did the stupid YouTube update and everything started working different. And I'm like, I knew I shouldn't have did that stupid update. And it's not even that. It was, I never had this problem. Maybe it's the internet today. But yeah, look at this, man. Who are these people? Let's see. Catalin Carico and Drew Wiseman. Ha! Weissman, more or less, not Wiseman. And it says they pose as the University of Pennsylvania in Philadelphia. Why do they got to say that? They're posing, like they're fronting. These people are posers. They're not. They're probably actors. Like, how does that even work, man? I don't know. I don't even want to stay on this topic. I just wanted to show that they got an award for it. Yeah, it sucks. What did I want to talk about? Oh, yeah. The war in Palestine, man. That's... Everyone talks about the Bible, and they had some video on YouTube, and they're talking about it, and I put in the comments, because they're like, it's playing out like the Bible says. And I go, yeah, they predict the future by creating it. Hello? Anyone home upstairs? I don't even want to talk about that, actually. I should talk about the guy on Instagram. He basically tried to sun me on my channel. No one knows what that means. He disrespected me. He tried to like put me in my place, like I didn't know what I was talking about. Very disrespectfully the way he came at me instead of asking me. It was about tax money. Let's see. And he's going on and on about tax money goes to fund both sides of the war and this and that. Like that's all the tax money goes to. But I don't argue with people. There's really no point. What do people? I put question marks because I just really didn't have a set topic. Every time I set a topic, believe it or not, it becomes the opposite. So from now on, I might not put a topic until after the video's done. Most of the time, I just talk about stuff. Not that I want to stay on a topic all the time on the same time. I like changing topics and different stuff being spoken about. There's nobody even here. So that's fine. No, we're gonna do it this way. Since no one's here, I could just chill. The Bible Project. Yeah. That's so fun to read. Oh no, don't tell me this downloaded. I didn't want this. Dude, what's going on here? I pressed back one time and it backed me out of completely. A common cosmology of the ancient world. Let's see how common it is. The three-story universe. And then it takes me out of here. Like, what's going on with the computer today? Well, if there is people here, it sure isn't showing me anything, so I don't know what to say. I read something a while ago about this concept here of the Hebrew cosmology and how someone came along and changed it. I got it somewhere, the two different styles of how they changed this setting here and how they try to like make it so the way they explained it was they're trying to explain their way out of it being a flat realm. I mean, a level plane for the most part, a plane, let's just say, not level. It's not everything is a level, but yeah, they're trying to explain the way out of it. Many evangelicals believe in detailed inerrancy. What the hell does inerrancy mean? I have to look this up. Inerrancy. Let's see. There we go. Inerrancy. Boop. Is a term used to describe scripture as error. Free and no. That can't be it. Is it? Let's see. So there's biblical inerrancy and inerrancy. Inerrancy. I just want the definition, not examples. It's a noun. That's all it says. There's really no definition here. It's all examples and sentences. What's going on, man? Am I having the worst luck with anything today? Screw the definition. That's what I say now. Peace, Joe King. The first. Yeah. Oh my God, man. Oh, man. Just keeps booting me out of everything. Does what it wants. It's just weird. What you got planned today, Joe King? You working? I'll just say Joe instead of your whole name. There's really no other Joes that come here, I don't think. let's see. So they detailed inerrancy, which means it tells me right here, and I went to look it up, that the Bible, in the words of Francis Schaeffer, is without error in all that it affirms. So he's saying the Bible doesn't have errors. It contains propositional true truth where it touches the cosmos and history. This is all probability was not the position of historical Christianity, and many evangelicals themselves reject this position. The inerrantists cannot decide which science to use to prove that the Bible is without error about cosmological matters. They can't decide which science to use to prove that the Bible's without error in cosmological matters, following the lead of Charles Hodge and B.B. Warfield. Well, the Bible isn't wrong about the earth and the shape. Maybe it might be wrong about how it's created, but we don't know all that to be factual or not because we wasn't there when this place was so-called created. Throwing intelligent light on the question of the firmament as the dome of heaven. I want to see what this says. Yeah, I'm drinking coffee too. I gotta have my coffee in the morning. It's like a drug. I was talking about this sandwich I bought yesterday. I woke up this morning, man. Oh my God, I know I shouldn't have ate that sandwich. It made me think of the video I seen of this guy was in the people that work at this place. I watched the video yesterday of the same country, and this guy he had 3 suspects. He got so sick in this other country that he was spewing out of both ends, if you know what I mean. And he had three places he went to, and I mean, I see why. It's like there's no code for food there. Peace, Bex. There's no fucking peace, that Flat Earth Nation. There's no, like, in that country. I don't want to diss the country because, you know, maybe it reminds me of this country in the 80s and 90s growing up, pure poverty. No, they don't even wash their hands or any of that when they were serving the food. He was rubbing his hands all over the ice and then put it in his cup. I was like, ooh. I used to even hate my mom would bite off of my fucking fork and then try to feed me with it. I'd be like, no. Maybe I'm weird. But anyway, back to the firmament as the dome of heaven. The most striking feature of the Old Testament world is the firmament, really. I thought it would be Jesus, a solid dome which separates the waters. So what do people think about that, man? The waters above and, you know, the waters below. You know, I would love to know if we're under an actual ocean. It makes me think about SpongeBob. Because I remember an episode, I cannot find it for the life of me, where the squirrel character in SpongeBob actually left the dome they lived in and swam up to Earth. And it made me think about the flat Earth, the waters above. The Hebrew word translated in the Latin Vulgate as firmamentum think that word is rakai, whose verb form means to spread, stamp, or beat out. Now, it makes me think of the Titans. Maybe that's why they were put here, was to build the firmament. Who knows? The material beaten out is not directly specified, but both biblical and extra biblical evidence suggests that it is a metal, really. A verb form of rakais is used in both of the passages. And gold leaf was hammered out. This is in Exodus. Gold leaf. Damn, I can't even see right. Gold leaf was hammered out. It's interesting. Now, who has heard the stories of them saying that these people needed to mine gold out of the earth? Now, if the firmament did break and water came out, it was cracked. Maybe these bullshit stories of aliens, right, needing gold, they needed it to repair the firmament, maybe. It's my theory. I'm not saying it's factual, because I don't even think the Bible was written by God anyway. I think the water above is the air and everything all the way out of the ionosphere, and the waters below are the level plains waters. Because, like, I used to think too back to, like, even when they say they flooded this place, the water would have to be contained to flood it, number one. Now, and it's funny how in that story of Noah, the giant, the Titan, for that Titan to sit on the side of that boat, that thing would have to be huge, number one. And number two, the Titan was running in the ocean, the waters, like it was nothing. So, if that's all even true, because some of these stories, you can look at them many ways. A couple of the other homies are alive. Oh, okay. Yeah, you got to show them love, Joe. I don't hate when people go here and there. It's hard for me to show everyone love that comes here, because I just do so many different things. Ionosphere being a torus field effect, not a hard surface. More like a force field. Yeah, I can agree with that. And the force field could probably, I mean, if a spaceship can't break through it, so they say. Yeah. Flat Earth Nation says, I got a video of a gate like Enoch talked about. And I think it was where the clouds were pouring out. Because you know in the flat Earth models or the old maps, they always show these giant heads blowing the clouds in the wind. I mean, that could be the ether or the energy flowing across the realm. But yeah, these gates in the sky. I think it was Sir Drop that said something related to that with the eclipses and stuff, and how the moon, there's like gates. I forgot who said that. It might have not been Sir Drop. It was somebody. Because I'm intrigued by the moon, and I don't believe anything NASA says for the most part. I don't even pay no mind to them. When I look at their launches, I laugh and be like, they're either sending products to another land that we don't know about. Just think about this. if NASA started out in the oceans exploring, why all of a sudden do they got people looking up? Why aren't they still exploring the oceans? I thought about this one day and I said, man, maybe they finding shit under the ocean they don't want us to know about. And they got everyone looking up. We should be looking right here. That's my thing. Like, all of a sudden they gave up on ocean exploration. It started going up now. It's a little weird to me. I mean, they're looking for stuff. Like, I don't know. This place reminds me of like a big stadium with lights. Hold on, let me try to read all this. It says, I think the flood waters came from draining the underground world, perhaps. Yeah, I've said one of my theories was when they cut the Titan trees down, you know, because what is salt water? It doesn't rain fucking salt water. You know, and salt water is a conductor, and these Titan trees probably weren't like the trees that we call trees. That could be, you know, I think it was Soama had a video the other day that said the angels were sent and cut the big trees down. It was one of the videos she posted the other day. Shout out to Soama, man, for posting that. I was listening to it and I was like, wow. But angels looks like angles. OTW is live too. It's a tough one to talk about in chat. Yeah, you got to do a lot of typing. I want to see that video, Flat Earth Nation. It's very interesting, if you're still here. Because it said there were 6 people, now it says 2. This thing does fucking crazy stuff. Peace, Kimba. At no peace. I used to have a long intro until Soama gave me one. My other intro was too controversial for YouTube. It's on some of my old videos, but it's like a minute long. And then I started seeing people come with like 10-second intros. But my intro had a deep message. But then I realized, why do I post videos for the most part when my views go backwards? It's like you just lose. What's the word I'm looking for? I lost, like, YouTube actually defeated me a little bit. I feel no reason to really make videos anymore because my views will go up and then they go backwards, and it's like, well, what the fuck? They don't play my videos out there. I'm just like completely screwed by YouTube. And that's another thing, Bex, like you said, you think it's energy. Well, that's another thing that could prove that the dome might not be solid, because solid domes just don't float in the air. You need pillars, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
that's where I would say take a page from sci-fi. I know people like to throw the baby out with the bathwater. You know, as soon as you read a book that someone's talking about planets, people are incapable of seeing them as not round if they're flat earthers, or the other way around. If someone was talking about flat Earth lore, you know, a glober would struggle to interpret it because they can't put it without their planet language. So this is where I would say you take a page from, you know, sci-fi, and you look at the kind of force fields they have around, you know, their fictitious ships, right? And those force fields can protect, like Luke Skywalker going through like the worst asteroid belt you've ever seen. And whether you don't have to see outer space to understand the concept of a force field from a fictitious story about alleged fictitious story about a spaceship. You see what I'm saying? Like, you know, and so that way, like, could you put a force field around on a flat plane around your home? You certainly could, right? Like, so could you put it around the whole of our Earth? You certainly could, you know, like, and then could that force field actually create an atmosphere where it ends up, you know, the force field goes all the way down and around in some sort of concentric circle? Again, I'm just theorizing here based on what, you know, some sort of framework to compare something to, you know, not trying to state some theory about the shape of the realm or anything. I've always been someone who sees it as an infinite plane of more like an ocean, right? That's frozen right now. So, but definitely I think the firmament could be a force field, protective force field. It makes the most sense to me. And maybe over time for ice could form, you know, all the way around that becomes an added barrier. I don't know. I've never been up in the sky.
Right. It sucks we can't travel to really. I would love to just get on a boat. Like, I seen this millionaire guy. He traveled from New York to the Bahamas on his boat, and I'm like, man, you know, when you got money, you could buy anything out. You could bribe anyone. You could pay for. Just throw money at people, man. You know, to get what you want. It's sad to say, but if you got money, you can do more things. You know, like, who the hell travels to this? I want to see more of this ice wall. You just see pictures of a wall of ice. We can't really prove that it goes all the way around. Oh, I thought it booted me out. This is when you watch. Hold on. Did anyone drop a link? I don't think he could drop a link. Hold on.
Yeah. I was just going to say, I think
Did you drop a link, or you need to have a?
Yeah, you need a wrench. Flat Earth Nation needs a wrench to share the link. Hi, Kimba. Nice to see you.
You want to drop the link? Hold on. Let me get my phone. Get him up. That sucks that, you know, they don't let you drop links unless you have a wrench. Like, what type of shit? It's so controlling, YouTube. Uh-oh. Oh, boy. Oh, it's telling me my fast speed data. They only give you 35 gigabytes. Like, I wipe my butt with that, man. Like,
yeah, I actually just.
it slows. For the money I pay, I should have it all month.
Yeah.
Stupid, man. These phones, all these plans are rips. I don't care if it's unlimited everything. It's a rip because they want you to pay more and more and more. I don't think there is a plan with unlimited high-speed data for a phone. Like, unlimited. Yeah, you'd be paying out your ass for that shit. It'd be definitely $150 a month for sure. What am I doing? Oh, going to YouTube. I want to see that video. If Flat Earth Nation could drop it. want to see that video. Oops.
Sorry, I'm just chatting in the chat as well.
What's the difference, man, between a standard and a managing moderator? I don't know, whatever. Give Joe King one too. Like, people say, oh, why do you give out wrenches to everyone? It's because you can drop links, you can go to people's channels easier. Without that, it's a bitch. Like, what if someone's channel's hard to find? I hate putting someone's name in and then you can't find their channel. It drives me crazy. I like to just be able to, because I remember when I first came to YouTube like 8 years ago, you used to be able to just press on people's stuff with no wrench and go right to their channel. Now, and then they changed it. They make everything so difficult. It says right here. Oh, I left that part. Why did it go down? Hold on. Where was it? Right here. The water is above. It says, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? It says the earth was spread upon the cosmic waters, right? And the heliocentric model makes no sense when you read this Bible stuff. It just can't. It says, and these primeval oceans surround heaven and earth. Now, when they say surround, people think Earth's in the middle of a vast ocean in outer space. Don't make sense. Separating the dwelling place of men and gods. Now, the only thing I know that's separating men, well, I have a problem when they say, I think we are gods. I don't think I know. Let me rephrase that. The word gods, people need to look it up, and this is lowercase, the gods. It's not like it's capitalized. And the creator, now that separates from everything. The creator is, or creators, you know, I said in one of my new rhymes I've been writing, I said, I kind of clown religion again because I said, hold on, I forgot what I wrote some of it this morning. I started. I said, if I ever become broke, I'll commit a crime. Screw it. And if I get caught, I'll just say the devil made me do it. Because
I like that.
People in court would be like, the devil told me to do it, right? Just so they can get go to an insane asylum instead of prison. Or the only, this is the only thing I'm gonna say about religion. It blows my mind that how many centuries, if we think history is true, right, and we go by what they write in these books and all that crap. Let's say all the history is true, all this war and shit. What makes now any better than back then for this return of Jesus, right? Like all these sufferings people did through all these years. Now is the best time, right? Now, I was thinking about this one day, and I was just like, it just don't add up to me. And the excuse through the centuries, they keep saying, one day, right? It doesn't tell you when. It's one day, and you won't know. I think they had to write that so people will fall for it. It's kind of like, we don't know when, but one day, right? I'm not downing people in religion. I know some people take it real serious and stuff, but I'm not trying to be rude to anyone.
I think, I appreciate what you're saying. I had a conversation with a friend behind the scenes the other day about that being made in the image of something. How can we be made in the image of an entity that had no face when they made us, right? So
damn, that's a good one. That's a
Yeah,
good
we're made
one.
in the image of his of the creative ability, and that's why our imaginations are so powerful.
Maybe, that's
Um,
why I say our mother and father, right? We were made in the
yeah.
image of our mom and pops.
And I mage means I'm magic, right? Like it's a mage or a sage or a scribe or a, if people who play video games or different kinds of card games back in the day or Dungeons and Dragons or almost anyone has more understanding of what these words mean in terms of magic, right? So if we can take the light magic, we'll call it, and talk about human will and our creative ability being usurped by our brainwashing, all to believe the same thing about, say, a globe Earth. I think that collectively we probably have created outer space beyond the firmament, even by the people believing in the firmament, right? So technically, we're just going to find out that all of that science is true as well. And in the end, people will be like, I told you so, when God himself could step down here and say, actually, you created it, right? That's the whole point. So again, I don't mean to be, up on some pulpit saying, collectively we can create a reality that if we believe it enough and have faith enough in what we create in the future, we can actually be there. People are spend so much time romanticizing the past, looking for clues, claiming to want to go back to something 500 years ago that's been put in print in front of us in some romanticized way. I'm not trying to say times weren't better, but how do we know that times were ever better than they are now? We were never there, you know? So just some thoughts.
Sometimes I think spending time in the past is what keeps us stagnant, and the future doesn't get any
Mhm.
better. Like when I was younger, I used to think, why wait for this guy to come save all our problems? I've said this before, when we could do it now. But I don't know why people don't want to do anything about it. I don't know if they're scared or I don't have all the answers, but I'm more interested in the truth. Unlike some people don't like the truth, because I know it hurts, but I want nothing but the truth. I've already seen all those dang pictures.
But if you could, and I know I don't mean to bring up something personal, but I know that you talk about the loss of your mother quite regularly on your channel. And I've lost my grandmother, for instance, but I come from a pretty disjointed family. So, I'm connected to my grandmother, but the loss of her was expected. She lived into her 90s. And so I think grief and information can actually, trying to process grief in the information set we have about life and death can kind of also keep us from creating that idea that could we have a world where you don't have to die to see your mom again, right? And
Well,
that's what
that
I
helped me.
try
That
to
helped.
believe in.
In a way, my mother's death helped me realize religion's full of shit. Um, and I prayed and prayed. You realize that it's a crock of shit, man. When you have, people say, Jesus saved my mother, and I think, really? Well, my mother wasn't no murderer, no bad person, but I guess, and then they have the excuses, well, it just helped me to realize and question religion deeper.
Yeah.
And then you start to wonder, will I ever see these people again? And after going through what I went through when I died for a little bit, I realized is most likely we're not going to see anyone again.
See, my hopeful belief system does have an opportunity for those veils to thin. And I think it is supported by religious lore somewhat. So maybe I'm influenced and I'm willing to be challenged on that. But I just believe wholeheartedly that I don't need to die to see my grandmother again. And I don't need to justify to anyone why. And so if I get to see my grandmother again, then in my hopeful system, you see your mother again, you know, and when that occurs, people, maybe you'll be like, Bex told me so, right? Like some sort of little advertisement. I'm not trying to force it on anyone, but I think that we look beyond ourselves for those answers. So my imagination, it's 100% my own personal imagination and fantasy land, right? That has that outcome, thrown out to everybody. Now, maybe people have, someone on the other side is like, fuck, I don't want to ever see so-and-so again. Right. You know? So I'm not trying to impose my will on anyone, but I do willfully project into the future the idea that death does not need to become us or befall us in order to, I kind of try and imagine past the lore is all I'm saying. Some people fantasize about sexual experiences. I fantasize about spiritual ones, I guess,
Oh, what's this?
But I can see where either way, maybe I haven't tossed the religiosity aside enough, though. Maybe people, maybe you can even hear like, nope, you're still waiting for Sky Daddy,
That's I'm not downing people that do wait for Sky Daddy. That's like I always say, man, when I speak, I'm mostly speaking me. People are on their own path. I was once a Sky Daddy, not 100% believer where I went to church every Sunday and bowed, and it was always in the back of my mind. I questioned everything, and a lot of the religion, I don't know, maybe it's a trust issue, which is a good thing because I've always had a gut feeling that something wasn't right about all this religion and the government, and I've always questioned it all, and I'm just happy that I wasn't raised like my mother was raised very Catholic, and stories she would tell me about Catholic school and stuff. I'm so glad she didn't put me through that. I can't imagine being in the Catholic school and a nun smacking your hands with a ruler. I told my mom I would have knocked that nun out. My mom was like, no, you wouldn't. I was like, thinking my mother don't know me then. Oh, man. Imagine that, man. A nun, some old cranky lady, busting your knuckles open. Did you see Jesus? Bink! Oh, there's the link. Is that the link, Flat Earth Nation? God, like I said, I know a lot of religious people, man, and even, and it sucks that I can't talk to them about how I feel for the most part. So when I try, they always like ostracize me. Oh, they always think I'm trying to disrespect them. And you have to respect, my beliefs. And then I tell them, beliefs? You believe it or do you know it? And they get mad at me. Like, I'm just, and I realize, I guess, some things you can't just talk about with people. My grand used to tell me all the time, you don't talk about politics and you don't talk about religion. And I used to think at 11, well, why not? How are you ever going to solve something if you don't talk about it? Like, right? And that was always fishy to me. Like, wait a minute. You can't talk about two things that you go and vote. Put your life in these Fruit Loops hands, but you can't talk about it because it might offend somebody. Like, shit like that I used to question. Like, it's, I don't know. But I found some crazy maps. I always question these maps too. Because me personally, through a lot of maps I've looked at, and then you like line up the equator and you think about like even California, if you look at the equator, it's, I don't know, some of these, like even Africa, I've brought up a million times that South Africa has desert. South Africa. And then you look at how close it supposedly is to this chunk of ice, and it's like, but they don't get snow. So these continents ain't adding up, but I do like the maps if they're real.
But even in Nigeria, because I know I've made good friends with a friend in Nigeria, talked to him for many, like hundreds of hours before I found, actually that's who I was talking to before I found live streaming on YouTube. Even in northern Nigeria, in the northern realms, like it gets in the northern aspect, up in the mountains in Nigeria, gets pretty cold. So I think we don't really understand the how much a localized climate can have variance beyond what we've been told. So I'd have to go into South Africa and see. I'll bet you, I know Australia, for instance, has ski hills, right? They've got a winter, they get snow,
Look at it here. Look at Australia here. Look at, compared to today's maps. Look at the difference in shape and everything. What does continents just switch shapes? When you start to look, I've looked at thousands of maps, and it's just mind-boggling how continents just transform, man, in shape. This New Zealand right here, I didn't mean to cut you off, Bex, but I think this is New Zealand. Now, why is something red? Why is something red and something yellow? It's not saying. But look at this land here. This red strip, which is land. But they don't bring it all the way around the map. And what's this thing? Is that a boat? Or is that a land with smoke coming out of it like a fucking volcano? What big island is this over here? And where's Hawaii? That's another question. Where's Hawaii? Is that it?
What's that loop? Do you see that pink band?
Yeah, this. I was just looking at that. I have no clue. It says,
it looks like
this map is, cables and wires. I found this map. Cables and wires, the Great Circle map. Now, check this out. I had found this map somewhere, man. But I don't know what year it is. Let's see if we can see. I don't know. But it's pretty old. Yeah, it's cables and wires. This map's from the 1800s, I believe. And, these are boats in the ocean that were laying the wire, probably. Because I remember on Bro Sanchez, someone came up to his live and said they used to work on a boat. Hold on. All right. They said they used to work on a boat that I had to get the door. And they would lay the wiring from Europe to the US under the ocean. And he stated that he don't believe the ocean's as deep as they're saying, because if the ocean was miles and miles and miles and miles deep, like they say, how would you lay wiring? It would just float and end up drifting off. How would you hold it down? I mean, these wires are huge. There's so many questions. And I think he also said they sent divers down, so it couldn't be that deep. So yeah, these are wirings. And look at this wire. It leaves Canada. It goes up. Now this might be Hawaii right here, if y'all can see. Where the hell is it going up here? What is this land here? Because this is New Zealand and this is Australia. What the F is up here? Right? There's wiring going there. So, yeah. Oh, that's New Zealand. Oh, wow. Wait a minute here. Where's flat Earth? Oops. There we go. Faceplant peace. Orphan Annie peace. Flat Earth Nation. You see this? Look at New Zealand, man. It's this long strip. And now people can't sit there and tell me. Stupid sirens. I've had people tell me, oh, back then they didn't know the lands. That considering they need maps to travel more than ever back then. That's why I download. When I seen this map, I said, man, I got to download this map because look at New Zealand. It's a long strip. And the wiring goes from Hawaii here. Is this even Hawaii? I don't even think that is Hawaii. It's something there. But Hawaii don't even look like it's here. That has to be Hawaii. And it goes to New Zealand. I mean, just think of that long trip. From Hawaii all the way to New Zealand. They're laying wire. Right, all these deep oceans with trenches that go down. Fuck, I don't even know how many miles they say. Like
you can almost see the toroidal shape of the lines of latitude and longitude. They're even in motion. They're bending. You know.
yeah,
Yeah. I'm no expert in map projection, but this is where they would say the Mercator's just a different projection. But look at how South America and North America are related, like bent off to the side like that. You know?
Africa, I got a like you say how it's bent like that. Now, I got a map of Africa. It's probably in here that Africa's tilted the other way. It's literally facing the other way. It's all, the whole continent is on the equator, more or less, where it'd be closer. Yeah, I see the lines tilting, and maybe they're trying to say it's a globe or whatever.
Well, and that's where definitely the tilt of the lines. Sorry, I have food in my mouth. Just a sec. Definitely, the slant of the lines goes with the projection being off, right? Because those latitude and longitude lines are curving in the direction that South America is offset to North America from the globe map, you know? But it's still like, see how tight those lines are down in the bottom and how wide they are up at the top.
Yeah, they're still referring to that being a globe. That's what they're trying to do. They screwed up.
But if we'd never seen a globe, all I see is lines of a toroidal, like what would be a force field.
Like on a magnet.
Mm-hmm.
You know how you put that thing on those round magnets and it shows the energy? Yeah. And I've also thought if you take the map of the stars, which looks like a flat Earth map, or the other name you gave it. What was it? What is it called? The flat Earth map like this is called, not Mercator, is it? Yeah. You could take the map of the stars and line it up with the grids on the Mercator map, and it'll probably tell you where the stars go over, what lands. And you could align stuff that way, like buildings, and because I think these grids would be the same as the stars. Right? Why not? It's right above you. You could grid the stars just like the lands. I want to know what year this map is. But anyway, yeah. I was just intrigued in New Zealand, how it's this long freaking strip, like where I've heard of stories of Antarctica. I got maps where Antarctica is called Australia. So, and I've been told Australia and New Zealand are part of the Antarctic ice ring. And I also have maps that show Antarctic ice ring as deserts. So
look at where that ship is headed. Look at how the ship is actually headed away from the Earth, from the known realm.
It is.
And off, yeah.
Oh,
interesting.
Shit. Yeah, where's it going? Where are you going, buddy?
And what does it say in the corner, Charles? Like each of those pictures has
Oh,
in
those
the
are
corner.
the ships.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, what happened here? Oopsie, I screwed up. All right.
It looks like they're showing us a way out. Look at that line.
Probably is.
Mhm.
Because if you look, when they supposedly, what was that guy's name that left New York City? They went down and around, and they had to go around South America, and they left somewhere around there to go find that land where Germany is, I think, if I'm not mistaken. They had to travel down and all around.
Can you zoom in on that, on the words that are just below that cloud there? Like right along that white line that the ship is pointing towards? See at the edge of the circle, there's words. Yeah, right. No, keep going. No, go towards the ship. And on the edge of the circle, right below the clouds. No, right at, let's say, 8 o'clock. Right at 8 o'clock. No, 8 o'clock. That's 6 o'clock. Go up to 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock. See right? Yeah, right on this white line. Come down.
This SS Great Eastern.
Nope. Well, it might be, but see where the ship is? See where the nose of the ship is pointing to a white line?
Oh,
no, the
right
ship
here?
on the map. The ship on the map.
Here?
Nope, the ship on the map.
This one over here?
That ship right there. Yeah, see that line right there. Does that say a word?
No, where? What line? Oh, over here?
See the ship. Yeah, no, come all the way back to we're right there. We're so close. No, you're cold. That's another one to look at. But if we can go back to the other ship you were just looking at. Sorry, thanks for your patience, everyone. And thanks for your patience, Charles. No, go back to the ship you were just at. Right in the middle, right off to the 8 o'clock on the map.
Oh, this line?
Nope, go back up to the map. That's the corner of the map. I'm seeing the map. Yeah, so right there. See that white line draws right to the edge?
Oh yeah,
You're on
so
right now.
I was pointing that earlier. Yeah,
is that a word?
No, it's
We
just
can't
a line.
See. Sorry to spend all that time on that, you guys. But I hadn't even seen the other map the other ship you were headed towards, over in the other corner of the map. I didn't even see that one.
I thought this would have been the equator, but it's not.
Mm-hmm.
The equator would go this way. So what the fuck is that? Excuse my language. What is that?
Yeah, are the white lines the wireless and the pink lines the cables? Because that's what the map says. The map says wireless, cables and wireless.
Wow.
So are those all wireless?
And
yeah, those look like wireless arrays.
Oh, that's the North Pole. I was about to say. Yeah, that is weird. This is like the central point for everything, right here.
Yeah, and then even on the top it says World Center, which when the World Center banner, when you zoom out, that seems to be almost that whole line down the map. Again, I'm just trying to understand a picture.
Well, it does, because the North Pole is right on that line. And you can see...
Yeah, and then it goes right to the center.
The circle, and then the circle within the circle, but they didn't put the lands in there. The 4 lands and Rupus Nigra or Mount Meru, or what's the other name for it? Rupus Nigra. Yeah, they didn't put that in there. They took it out. And I got another picture I'm going to show that shows a dome. I got it from Jay Dreamers. He had showed a little thing on the short.
Cool.
And he showed the dome, and they tried to paint over it. The dome in this building showed the 4 lands. And I was like, damn, is he doing computer tricks or overlays? And I was looking at domes, and I accidentally found what he was talking about. I found the picture, and I zoomed in on it, and you can see it. And I was like, oh, shit, good find, J Dreamers. Hold on.
I was going to say, Charles zoomed into that the center of where the latitude and longitude lines meet is different than the center where all the cables, and we're going to call them wireless signals, meet. I'm just calling those white lines wireless signals. So it's almost like if you zoom in on that, you've got the concentric circles of the force field. I'm going to call it the force field or whatever, the latitude and longitude lines are actually, it's almost like juxtaposing magnetic north from true north. I know it's interesting that all those lines converge at what looks like almost Israel or something. I'd have to zoom in on the map, but I don't know if anyone else can see the difference between the two centers almost on the map, the centers of the cables, and the white lines is off center from what looks like the northernmost center on the map. Can anyone see that? I know Charles has just stepped away for a moment. I heard him going to the door to do something. I won't direct him too much to zoom in. But can anyone else see like almost two center points on the map? The one that's at the top in the sort of northern waters, and then the one that's in the middle is I can't see. There's so many lines converging there. I can't actually see what the convergence point is. Cool. Hi, Mind's Eye. Hi, Dion Sandals.
Oh, my bad. I had to use the bathroom.
That's okay. I was going to ask you, Charles, if you know how you just zoomed in on that center point that had all the lines of longitude and latitude meeting in like the circle up there, like in the northern waters.
Here,
see how when you I see how you bird's eye view out and all the lines of the wireless, I'm going to call the white lines the wireless and the pink lines the cable, they actually converge somewhere in
the center.
I don't know. Is it Israel? Is it Spain? Like I can't tell if that's on the outside of the Mediterranean.
That's why I zoomed in. And it's red.
Yeah.
And why is there, that's what I was saying in the beginning. Why is some red and some yellow? I was trying to figure it out myself. It doesn't say anything labeled anywhere. It doesn't. Hold on. This says mobile telegraph star. That's all STA. It's hard to read. And this is a wireless transmitter. So, this proves that wireless technology, and it was in the 1800s, man. And look at the ships. Now, I seen pictures from the 1800s and Divergent showed pictures of ships that were made of freaking steel in the 1800s, and they try to tell us they only had wood ships. That's bullshit. These people were building crafts in the 1600s. They probably had steel ships. There's nothing new, man. We're being lied to about so much. But yeah, I don't know. That's a good question. I'm gonna have to look into this map even more now. There's a lot of questions to this.
Mediterranean means Middle Earth, right? Mm-hmm. So, or center, I would say center even more than middle. The median of something is the center.
So maybe
if I got that right. Yeah.
Maybe the lands we call the center really aren't the center. That's a good point. The Mediterranean, Medi means middle. Damn, that's a good point. And this don't look like it's the center. That does.
Got to give credit where credit's due. Okay. There was a map that London Man was actually working on in one of his most, maybe 3 or 4 builds ago, where it just
he
shows.
Gets me mad when he does that. He outdoes me sometimes.
Well, it's a really simple one actually that shows only 3 lands and a line across the middle and a line up the top that looks actually a lot like that globus crucifix or whatever that you look at, like
cruciger,
yeah, the globus cruciger. So there's actually, you know, if we were to overlay the map from the simple map that has basically a half piece of land on the bottom and two quarter pieces of land, like you're dividing up a pizza, that center point would be, I think, you know, what they would call the Mediterranean Sea, you know?
Oh, shit. Anyway, I had found this map. Looking for the Globus Cruciger. This popped up. Now, unfortunately, it's not good to zoom in, but you can see giant people in this too. Look right here. You see giant people right here. You see little people here. Giants over here. Giants right here. Right here. I find so much old stuff with tall people. And once again, I've heard people say, oh, you know, they draw them that big to show that they're the kings and queens. No, come on. Look at these little ant people over here. All right. You see where my mouse is?
Yep.
These little ant people over here. Then you got semi-big people here. And then you got giant freaking people right here. You can't make them out, but these are people. These people are huge right here. Look at these guys. Giant. We call them titans, giants, and little people. I mean, look at this horse right here with this giant on it. Look at that horse compared to these little people here. And even this person right here. You think this little guy right here, you see where the mouse is, can ride this big horse right here? No way. Yeah. That horse is huge.
Yep.
I mean, and this might be Jerusalem, but that looks like the Tower of Babel, one. And so does this. I don't even know it says for the thing, your landscapes. That's all it says. But yeah, I found this one day. I don't remember where, some website. And tell you the truth, I didn't know there was giants till a little while ago. When I zoomed in, I said, son looks a little off here. These people are 3 different sizes.
Yeah. Those archways have to mean something around the world. The archway that you were just close to near the dome. Down, I'm going to call it down around 5 o'clock. There's probably more than one. But the one I'm looking at is down around here? 5 o'clock. Yeah, right there. Exactly.
There's one here and there's one up here too, right across from it, right there. Now, could those be like we'll call them what's the word I'm looking for? Not vortexes. We'll call them portals. Because doorways back in the days were called portals. Now, what if they're shaped, facing the wrong way? I mean, I personally think there's entrances out of this place. Like, I'm starting to think ice and snow are man-made. Now, what if, to keep us here, right? I was thinking this theory I had about it being all ice, and they say past the 60th parallel from what I hear, because Divergent showed a video, I think it was not even a week ago, and he showed passages that these ship people wrote in the 1800s, back when they didn't have the Antarctic Treaty and people were traveling freely. They wrote messages in their diaries, and they said they went past the 70th parallel. That's if you put our map, I'm pretty sure the 70th parallel is past the ice wall. I could be wrong, but they went the 70th parallel is past, and they turned around and came back. Now, what if ice was something created to keep us? You know, from what I hear, you won't even make it if you tried to walk. If you got off the boat, climbed the ice wall, and you'd freeze to death. That's something else that keeps people here. But who's to say all the way around it's like that? Because some old maps have deserts there. where these so-called ice walls are. There's deserts. There's a land of the giants. I'm gonna find the map.
Well, and that's where I would
Monty joint, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. And that's where I would say, Charles, back to sort of like, you know, how I was doing the whole, if we were made in someone's image and yet they didn't have a face, what kind of image does that mean? You know, another thing can be hidden in the language in the ante versus post something like, so what if Arctic means ice, because we don't have Arctica, right? And ice melts. So what if Antarctica means sort of before the wall, right? Like, and I don't mean like time wise, I mean sort of like, is someone coming in from the outside, you know, hitting an ice wall would be, you know, they would be on the Antarctica side of things, right? If the Arctic was just an sheet of ice. So I don't know if that's making any sense, but ante means before is all I'm trying to say.
Hold on. Peace to Mind's Eye. Yolanda asked if I don't know. She said if you are familiar with Vibes of Cosmos. Yes, I am. And Divergent, them two linked together. Yeah, Vibes of Cosmos is awesome. Peace of Dion Sandals. Peace of Soama. Just seeing. Sorry.
Oh, you're good. I did it while you were in the bathroom too. I said hello to the other people too.
I just want to make sure people don't think. I try to pay attention. When I'm looking at pictures and stuff, I can't see the chat, so it's no disrespect to anyone if I don't answer right away. You can use archways for amplification. Right. And I think archways too look like magnets too. So them horseshoe-shaped magnets. They could be used for
interesting.
Amplifications. With the right frequency and vortex pressure, you can knock castles down. Yeah,
that's why.
Yeah, the whole technology of remember I showed pictures of them using the sun. They were amplifying the sunlight and burning stuff with ships. They had these giant freaking mirrors or magnifying glass. They're using glass back in the days, and they amplified the sunlight. And they're burning freaking ships and all types of stuff. So these people had knowledge of gases and light spectra. The ancestors are very intelligent. I tell my friends all the time, stop giving credit to aliens, man. Stop it. Yeah. That's desecration to the ancestors. I'm talking everyone's ancestors. It don't matter if you're glowing blue or white or whatever damn color they want to give people. I hate those color things. White, black. But I had this picture. I put it with my flat earth pictures because it kind of reminded me of the center point. Because I was reading a lot of architecture is aligned with our realm, like the way the realm is shaped, like the domes to these buildings. You can also look at it on a macro level, like the dome. The buildings could be a micro level compared to the firmament we're under, and the central point of Polaris. You could look at the domes on the buildings just like that. And also, architecture was shaped like the body too. I was reading that in this architecture book of old architecture because I'm intrigued by a lot of this old stuff. I mean, even this drawing, it's in Russian, so I can't read that. But sometimes, believe it or not, if you look at websites that are in Russian and Chinese, you'll find stuff that you will not find in United States websites. I've learned that. And because it's not in English, they probably think people, can't read it, or little do they know, I'll find somebody that's Russian.
Yep.
Or I'll go to Google Translator.
It's an interesting cross section, like the delineated line between the above the sky, above the clouds, which if anyone's ever been in a plane above the clouds, it really does look like that. You really do get up to a place above the clouds. It's not like, oh, there's clouds above you when you're, well, I guess you can't tell. I've never looked up in a plane. You can only look down, out and down.
You're right. You're right.
You know?
Did you ever see,
So,
I've seen when they let the balloon go and the fucking camera, it went up. It was a day they were probably cheming, and it literally looked like you could walk on the clouds, like that was the ground from horizon to horizon when the camera would spin.
yeah.
It looked like you were standing on a desert, and you could, there was no mountains in the way, obviously, like if you're on the ground. It looked just like that above the clouds, like no matter how, that's why it's called the horizon, because no matter how high you're rising, it's horizontal and it's level. You know, I think that's why they call it a horizon, because no matter, it's horizontal no matter how high you rise. That's why it's a horizon. There's no curvature. Anyone know Russian? You could like
No.
say some of this stuff.
I was interested in the 6 degrees,
Yeah.
right? How do we get 6 degrees out of that triangle, and why is it on a thing? And then it made me think of 6 degrees of separation.
I was just thinking that. Get the hell out of my head.
I missed you, Charles.
Yeah, I thought you disappeared, like you were just mad at everybody. And after
No,
that
I've
day-
been out. I've been out playing in the metaverse, being on other panels and such.
When everyone says the metaverse, I think of them with them damn goggles. Peace, Valley Ray.
Nice to see Belly Ray. There's a guy doing good work.
Super.
There's a
since day
boots on
one.
the ground. I just want to tell him I live in Victoria, BC, and I've been here 27 years, and it definitely, we have only 10% the size population, but definitely that, you know, that what you see there, you know, is just so much like what I've lived here. And I don't mean to minimize the suffering of a population that's 10 times bigger, because it really is 10 times the suffering.
What the hell is that? A spaceship? It looks like a spaceship.
Let's
And
see.
I guess they're trying to say this would be the mountain range where you would find, like, this don't even make sense, this map right here.
Is it a spaceship, or is it the disc looking at it from a different cross section? Is it some sort of disc, like, you know, representing a reflect, something that reflects, or some sort of technology that distributes wireless, you know, that, could it be that, or could it be even the sun?
But it don't
A
make sense.
representation.
So if this was the globe we're on, right? They took us out of the cosmic egg. They put us on outside the shell. We'll use that, you know, I'll just call it a shell. There's 2 holes, but nothing falls out. Come on. And this would be floating in space, and there's 2 entrances and nothing falls out of them. Don't make any sense. And if you lay it down on the ground like a plate, it might make sense, but I'm not saying there isn't an Agartha or whatever they want to call it, the center. In the ground, there definitely is cities underground. The government, people in the military have came out and said that, you know, there's contractors, or people want to say whistleblowers, that have said they've built underground cities. They've hollowed them out.
Yeah.
I've seen pictures of caves underground. I got a picture in here of crystals underground that are the size of skyscrapers. People look like ants to these crystals. And I mean, that makes me think about the frequency of this earth when I seen that picture. Like, and when I seen the picture, my first thought was, those crystals won't be there too much longer, because these idiots will suck Mother Earth dry like leeches. You know, they'll take them all out in no time. They'll be sold out of a store in no time. Mother Earth don't stand a chance.
It almost looks like a radiator. Like, you know, I know it's not, but like the technology that it looks like, almost, that it sort of almost represents, right? Like, look at there just seems to be so much almost tech like aspects to this diagram. And that's where I'd say, if that diagram on the top shows that floating disc as flat, so does the sun sort of, so could that represent this flat disk? I'm not saying the sun is flat. What I'm saying is that it would be if it was a reflection. It would be if it was a reflection.
Why is
Yeah.
there Florida, California, and what are these? That's Hawaii, Florida, California, and I don't know what this. It's in Russian. I can't read it.
That's Italy. That's the boot of Italy over there.
Okay, so you got Italy, California, Florida, and Hawaii. Why? We need someone that knows Russian. I got this from a Russian website, I guess, or someone that knows Russian. Interesting stuff. Even the native tribes have the center realm with the 4 lands. This is a medicine wheel, they call it, I think, if I'm not mistaken. The 4 directions, but they got the dream catchers. I forgot. Native, he hasn't been here in so long. Native, Michigan. He explained the 4 colors.
Yeah, Ojibwe is that's in his name too.
Ojibwe, yeah. This is from the Lakota tribe. He's from the Ojibwe tribe. But the Lakota believe that all things good are within the sacred circle and through the medicine wheels, right? And teaches us about the seasons of life. The animal nations and the I don't know, I think that is the first are directions. These are all seen in the 4 parts of the medicine wheel. Black is the west, and this is the representation of infancy, a time of truth and honesty, when the connection to the spirit world is strong. Red is the north, and this is a representation of youth, a time of learning and growing. Yellow is the last, and this is
East.
a representation.
Yellow is the east. Yeah.
Representation of adulthood and a time of recognition and respect. And white is south, and this is a representation of old age, a time of great wisdom, and the keepers of our tradition, the ones that keep the Lakota ways alive. And I think that's beautiful, man, because, I always think of my grandfather, and my great-grandparents knew German and Polish. And then my grandfather knew it, but he said after years and years of not speaking it, he kind of forgot it. And he didn't pass it down to my mother, and my mother couldn't pass it down to me. So our ancestor ways are lost. I don't know shit. And, not that I'm jealous of other people. I just think it's very important to keep your ancestors. The school is what ruined a lot of people's ancestral pass downs, because they go to school and they're told a bunch of bullshit. And, that's how I see school, reckoning people's history being passed down. People work, they don't have time. I see that with a lot of different cultures for the most part. People lose their culture through the fucking system. It gets in the way. And it's very important to keep your ancestors' lineage and the teachings, and that's how I feel. And I don't know really anything. I'm searching now to try to find what I can find, because I've always been interested in my roots. So I'm adding that. A lot of these pictures I'm going to put in my Flat Earth video. I don't know what I'm going to call it, but
I was going to say that Charles, that red and yellow coding that we just learned from the First Nations philosophy might have something to do with the red and yellow coding of that original map we were looking at. Remember, we were like, why are some red? Why are some yellow? Just a thought, ignoring the locations, like ignoring the directions of south and east, maybe just looking at the representations of one. What did one say? One was young and the other was in adolescence or something. You know what I'm saying? Like, There might be some crossover between map coloration and the philosophies.
Maybe. Maybe I was thinking that one was the wireless and one was the other, the wire, and one was wireless. I don't know. I didn't like the fact that it didn't tell you what that meant. That's a pretty bad map. It didn't have a key to describe what it was talking about. Where's what's his name in the chat? Flat Earth. Is he still in there? Flat Earth Nation. It says right here, Enoch's portals in relation to flat Earth seasons is pointing to, okay, right here, December, March, and April, and then June to 6. Now, why would it be 6? So that means each one would be 2 months, because there's 12. I don't know, but it says if we assume that Enoch wrote this in relations to his location in the Middle East, then since it is located in the northern hemisphere, the 6th portal would be when the days are the longest. Now, I do question on this map. Our days do get shorter when the sun goes away this way. But wouldn't it have a longer trip going all the way around, considering it's on the outside of this circle? Wouldn't the trip be way longer? Right? So maybe it doesn't go all the way out. That's another thought I had. It would have to stay in between the 2 and the 4 of the sun. It couldn't go all the way out. I could be wrong. I don't know. I don't travel. It says Enoch 72:7 states that in the first month the sun goes through the 4th portal, according to Exodus 12:2. The first month is Abib or Nisan in the Babylonian rendering. This would typically fall on the Gregorian months of March or April. Enoch 72:25-27, and the sun rises on that day from that 2nd portal and sets in the west in the 2nd portal, and returns to the east into the 1st portal for 1:30 mornings, and sets in the 1st portal in the west of the heaven. And on that day the night becomes longer and amounts to the double of the day, and the night amounts exactly to 12 parts, and the day to 6. And the sun has therewith traversed the divisions of his orbit, and turns again on those divisions of his orbit, and enters that portal 30 mornings, and sets also in the west opposite to it. And then the last one says Enoch 72:19 and 20 says that the sun rises and sets in the 5th portal, then rises in the 4th. During this transition period, the daylight and nighttime hours are equal, because the sun shines directly over the equator. This would occur in the spring and fall equinoxes, March and September. So they also need to put the infinite sign, the 8 on its side here for the analemma, and stop playing, because most of these flat Earth maps don't show the analemma, and they fail to put that. It don't travel in an exact circle like most maps show all the time. The sun moves left and right as it's going in a circle, as an analemma, like an 8. So it goes up, it travels like an 8, and then it turns and goes back, and then so they need to fix that. Analemma is very important when you're talking about seasons, and but Enoch My favorite part of Enoch is when he was taken to the edge of the stars. He said that the angels were in prison at the end of the stars, man. Like, they took him to the edge of the stars. I forgot. I gotta find that scripture. And it makes me think, where the hell was Enoch taken, right? There is no more stars. It was so far out. It was just darkness. Oh, I thought they etched me out of here. I was like, why is it quiet? 15 days later. It says, type in the Russian word and get the translation. Yeah, I was thinking that, Yolanda. I love Google Trans. I was ordering a pizza the other day, and the lady didn't know any English at all. She was from Mexico. And it was funny because she pulled her phone out and she went to Google Translation, man. She stopped. I said, thank God for technology, because I'm talking to her and she's looking at me like, durr. And she says, she puts her finger up like, wait a minute. And she pulls her phone out. That was dope.
Cool.
Shit, I grew up in a culture full of vultures. That'll leave your body unidentified like flying saucers. Huh. The government are vultures too. They're the true terrorists. Yeah, see, even in this map, Australia is different shape than what they show you on the heliocentric model. And look at New Zealand.
Are you there? Charles hop out? You get kicked out for a minute? Very interesting. Enoch. Very interesting. Sorry, guys. Try and maintain. Yeah, I've been reading The Left Hand of Darkness. I started reading it a while back. I was going to even do it live, but The Left Hand of Darkness by Ursula Le Guin is about, it has a lot of traveling about the realm implied in this, in the lore, in the fiction that's been written. And it even refers to Enoch. And maybe we've been given Enoch as a person, and we don't understand maybe the relationship between Enoch, epoch, between some of these names and the realm. I also think that if we were to look at, anyways, I'm probably going to get tongue-tied here. I always get worried. People are going to hold me to my words when I'm just thinking aloud. But I know when they talk about outer space travel, they say that, a day on Jupiter, for instance, would be so much longer than a day on the Earth. So that if you were 5 years old by rotations around the sun on Jupiter's years, then you would actually be, that translates differently to the years we experience here on the Earth. Now, that being said, if you looked at these concentric circles as sort of a flat Earth representation of that outer space philosophy, not only could the days be seen as shorter and longer in terms of sunlight, but what if you actually experience a much longer day in a land on the outer realm, and they just don't know it. Like there's some sort of relationship. I mean, we could talk to Dean Kendall all day and know that we're experiencing the same 24 hours. Sorry about the 27 hours, guys. I did a 27-hour stream once. It changed my sense of time. That being said, you know, do you see what I'm saying there, Charles, with the idea that like a day for Dean could be longer than a day for us, just beyond the amount of sunlight they get?
Yeah. And how Dean, I was telling Dean, like, I'm just looking at how New Zealand is this little here, and the other map I showed is a long strip along the ice wall. It's like in Australia, look at how huge it is here. Now, the ancestors talk about Australia. Remember, I read that. I think you were coming to my channel at that time, and I read about the Australian Aboriginals, and they're talking about the star people going up to the firmament on the tree. But anyway, he's close to the ice wall in New Zealand too. Yeah. Maybe you can't see it with the thing, but I wonder, like, I wonder how far the light travels. Like, do you go, if you left this realm, would it be dark in between two realms or whatever you want to call them, if the sunlight don't reach? Or do you go, I wonder a lot of things, man. We need to just get some boats and just take off, and if they want war, we'll bring it to them.
Well, and we're so used to seeing things as as convex versus concave, right? Like our eye sees the hump of the earth, let's say, versus the potential concavity, like that the center is the deepest point in a hole versus the highest point on a sphere, you know? So that's where they say the equator is interesting. See how the equator, anyways.
What do they got for the center? A black dot as usual?
So what they're showing us is that the sun's path is 24,864 miles around. That's what they're showing us. The sun's path.
But that's only at the center.
But if that's the path, though, that's the path of the sun. I mean, I know we rotate around the sun, they say, but I'm just saying in that picture, it looks like the sun travels 24,864 miles.
The sun does travel. I even tell my friend, I get in arguments with my friend about that. I'm like, you know, how I've said about the horizon. If the sun was however many times they say the size of Earth, remember I talked about that? If it came over the horizon, you wouldn't see the entire sun. If it was 90 times the size of Earth, it don't even make sense. If you have common sense and think about it, the sun wouldn't look that little coming. There wouldn't even be the sun coming over the horizon if it was 100 times the size of Earth. So yeah, there's so many different things that blow these theories out of the water with Helios and this cocky pot BS. The sun, though, does travel. Now, that would have to be exactly at the equator. And once again, they don't show the analemma. I don't even think the sun travels like... I think the sun goes up and down on its journey. I don't even think it stays at the same same height all the time. I heard it travels up and down like a sine wave. You know, it goes up, down on its journey all the way around. Because there's been times I felt like the sun was on my neck, and then there's times it feels like it's higher. So, and I think about stuff like this when you see cosmology like this. I mean, it makes me wonder. It makes me wonder, because they call them countries. Now, could we be lands like this on a big tree? Countries, the council of the tree. That's what countries look. When me and Lucid look, we broke down the word countries, and it says the council of the tree. So that's what countries mean. So when I look at this, is obviously the German ancestors, or Jotunheim and Midgard. That's the Vikings. German, same all. To me, Germans have the same setup. Celtic, you name it. It can be hard to. Dominic, peace. The sun can't be where they say because of the eclipse coming soon. The shadow should not be going over the U.S. Something is wrong with the model. That's what I say too, Flat Earth Nation. Like, I have a problem with a lot of these lands. And a lot hasn't been adding up lately. Like, even eclipses. You know, how does the sun all of a sudden come from? Wasn't one of them eclipses that came from the west to the east? That don't even make sense if everything goes from the east to the west. And yeah, the color of the sun has changed. I remember when it was yellow. People think I'm nuts when I say that. And the sun's fucking white, and it literally looks like, when I see the sun come up in the morning, it reminds me of a little light bulb. Like it, man, when I look at it's white light. That's what it is. And everything just looks weird to me. It don't look, I feel like I'm in another dimension. Like I got zapped into some other freaking realm with a white sun. Like when I think about growing up, the sun was not white. It wasn't. Now, is that a simulator? Have they replaced or put something in front of our sun? Did the sun burn out and they replaced the light bulb with a white one? I mean, how do we know the sun isn't a light bulb? You know,
or do we enter different, or does the atmosphere change somewhat to actually just show a different, not just show a different spectrum of light, but also maybe a light spectrum that alters the alchemy of things somewhat. I was just thinking about north, south, east, west would have different connotations on a knot globe. And so when you look at the directions as they were explained by that First Nations breakdown of the four directions, and then you look at the concentric rings, the color coding of the concentric rings on that Enoch map, there may be something to understanding what north, south, east, west is on a concentric ring map, even if we still need to have some sense of direction out from some center point. I mean, obviously directions can still hold, but they're not the same. They're not the same as they would be on a globe. What's this picture you got here?
Yogi's Journey to the Mystic Universe, but this has levels. It's the same thing as the one I showed. It's like, it's like the levels. I really don't know, actually. It's a little. I've heard of someone mention that we live like, where is it? The tree shows here levels, and when they truly flew up high, I forgot who mentioned this. Man, I think anything's possible, but just like I would question the word countries, like I said, are we on a big giant tree and each different land is on a different branch? That could be a possibility. Who knows?
Yeah.
But
yeah, you'd hope there's some kind of spiral staircase up it, or, some sort of concept of traveling, from one dimension to the next, or one layer or inner world to the outermost world. What's on the very top there? What's being shown by the horses in the top of that picture? Or
that's the sun and moon. the sun and moon are on people driving the sun and moon.
So that might be those are manifestations maybe of some of the astrological signs or some of the constellations, I mean, perhaps.
I can't really read what it says, but that's the moon, obviously, and that I thought this was Polaris, but that's the sun. Now the bird looks like it would be Polaris, but I don't know.
I know
They
that's
always
where.
got to use dang animals instead of putting actual stuff.
Well, where's OTW when you need him? Sometimes he's got this. Remember that time we did that build together?
Yeah, that
Sometimes
was
he's got
awesome.
the. Yeah, it really was.
I don't know. And I hate these pictures when you try to zoom in. It looks so crappy. See, this side's in Russian. I think that's Russian. And this side is, I don't know, India? Anyway, one day I'll I'll break those words down. Here's my favorite version with these things showing either these things emitted energy or took in energy, or they were mapping of the realm because they lined us up. I don't know. It's interesting. Hold on, let me see this. I know it's skipping over freaking pictures, man. I know it. Yup. It skipped over tons of pictures. It could never take me picture for picture. It's always skipping over pictures. That fires me up. Like this one. Now I got to go back, and then when you put tons of layers of pictures, it kind of like ruins it. This is some Chinese or Asian map I found, but it's of course crappy and you can't read anything. Not that it was in English anyway. But yeah, let me see. Is this gonna have tons of other pictures? Oh, but of course, it booted me. I hit exit and it boots me out of everything. Now I gotta go back. I'll find it quick. Yeah, we'll start off here. See, this is what I mean. Let me see. Can I ever get rid of any of these? Oh, I guess not. Now maybe if I do this. Okay, here we go. I can get rid of these. I don't want to stack up like 100 pictures.
Oh, look at that.
Now this is the problem I have though, is there's no NLM on people. A lot of flat earthers think the sun travels like this. It doesn't have. Hold on. My cats are always fighting, man.
I wonder if what affects that has something to do with true north versus magnetic north too, though. I wonder if there's two magnetic, I don't know, two forces of magnetism causing a bit of a wobble very close to one another. Because we do have true north and magnetic north, and they're two different things.
Well, this is from, what's his name? Vibes of Cosmos. I think that's from his book, right?
Yeah.
And I mean, you know, I've always been intrigued by the moon. And when I remember Bro Sanchez, got to mention him again, credit where it's due, showed Vibes of Cosmos video. And it also, I think it was Vibes of Cosmos, but it was somebody. And I remember it was a long 2 hours and change video, and it had this. And then it had that story about St. Christopher. I was talking about free energy and how St. Christopher, you know, he was explaining that a lot of these biblical characters were certain colors, and certain colors represent certain alchemy. And I think the Bible was written in stories to fool a lot of people, and it's really coded with alchemy, the human body, the universe, us being gods. It's all coded, man. And if you're not taught right, you ain't gonna fucking know that shit. Obviously.
Speaking of which, you read. I know you read it twice. You read it once out loud to us in a series of lives, but then you also went and read it separately and released the parts 1 through 5 of Manly P. Hall's Occult Anatomy of Man. Am I right about that?
Yeah, I gotta read chapter 6. I gotta put it out. I had it, and I went to do something to it, and it fucked the file up. So now I gotta redo it.
Still, those are a great start if people want to see if they can get past the idea of thinking of Manly P. Hall as a cult, like some sort of hidden Freemasonic bad guy. Some people struggle to get past that. You'd actually see that he draws some pretty good analogies between this biblical lore and our physical bodies. Right. I mean, it's so that's something I could probably listen to every day for a month and still learn something from.
And I also read a lot of chapters out of the Secret Teachings of All Ages by Manly P. Hall. I did them live. I didn't record, and that's another thing I have to work on. I'm also have some interviews set up. I just got to stop being lazy, man. I have no enthusiasm.
Well,
I have my reasons why, but I ain't gonna say them because then people will say, you know, someone always has something to say negative, so I just keep it to myself. But
that's where I think, though, we all realize we really do like to live in live chats and on live platforms, and you know, from day to day. You know, not even talking about it from a monetization aspect, but you know, it's hard to go back and do things that you were inspired by a while ago, knowing that the feedback you'll receive on things that you release in not lives is not the same as what you'll get when you can talk to a chat directly.
Like when you're putting together videos, people don't realize how much time it takes to do research, gather everything. And if you don't want to, you know, even when I read books, to me, I just feel like regurgitating like a school, someone else's work. When I do videos, I want to put things in my own words. And I've done videos, even going on the internet and reading people's stuff. I want to, it takes time for you to read everything, look at it from every angle, put it in your own words, then put pictures and audio. And that shit could take weeks. Some videos, like people don't, and like ODD TV, I used to, I got mad because he left YouTube and he started charging money. But go look at his videos. Everything he does, he wrote. He does his own imagery or like videos. He creates everything, his own music. He does everything. He orchestrates everything himself. And I didn't realize how difficult it was till I started creating my own videos fully. I was like, damn, now I understand. And the way he does it, when he orchestrates everything on his own, imagine the music, the writing, all the way to the visuals. He does all on his own, and it's amazing. I love his work, man. I got mad respect for his videos and his craft. He's very, very good at it. And I was mad when he left YouTube, but he found another way where it costs money to, I guess, watch his videos. Now, I forgot what platform he went to, but anyway, I have a lot of ideas, and I've started a few things, Um, I'm actually working on a piece now where I took that song "Nicoling" by Everlast, and I'm putting visuals in, and just to find the right stuff, like takes time. Like I've already watched like 7 George Bush speeches, and I just want to find the right stuff. And the more I watch it, I hate that dude, man. He's such a piece of shit. But anyway, back to Flat Earth or maps. I mean, I look at this stuff and I think, what made this guy think of this stuff? Brilliant, brilliant. He must have stared at the moon a lot and was thinking like a lot of people do. What is the moon, right? And they tell you like the moon is a rock spinning in space. Anyone with common sense would look at the moon and realize the moon don't spin like a ball, number one. I barely think the moon spins, period. It might move in like a plate, like a clock, but barely. People say there's a dark side of the moon, right? People really, really believe that. How does anyone know this? They say, NASA, I've seen footage. India landed on the dark side of the moon, right? Like that footage looks like Sega Genesis freaking put it together. It's horrible graphics. I don't know, man. The stuff they show, it just, when you really start to break and question a lot of the stuff we've been so-called taught, man, it just don't add up. Even when you get into the government, it don't add up, man. Their lies are everywhere. Here we go. There's the analemma, I think. Yeah, the sun and the moon. There's the analemma. Or shall I say just the sun? What's he circling here for? I don't have the whole picture, but there's something up here he's pointing to. What would be this land?
I think he.
What would be this? Atlantis? That's what he said. That's Atlantis. And that's crazy he put that there, because I used to question. Now, if you look from Africa to California, it's just vast amounts of ocean. And I used to always ask my mom, why is there land all over here, but none from here to here? It's all water. And I used to be like, son, ain't right. There has to be land there. I think personally there's more land than water. They say there's more water than land, but people forget is underneath the ocean's land. Everything's connected, all the land. I don't believe in all that. I think Pangea is what it is there. You know, maybe one piece of land when there was lesser water, if that's the case. Because all the land is connected. I'm not buying these plates underground that move and shift continents. I just don't see how that works. If anyone could explain it in a way that could make me believe it, they're more than welcome to.
Charles, I don't mean to be unprofessional here, but do you mind if I just stay on panel for about 10 minutes? I'm going to go through some laundry and then I'll be back. If not, I can hop off and hop back on.
I don't care.
Okay, I'm just going to stay with you, but I won't be here. I'll be
That's fine.
back in about 10 minutes. Cool. Thanks, Charles.
Mm-hmm. Did I drop the link recently? I should have pinned a link, but I'm too lazy to go on my phone. Flat Earth. I gotta damn. I'm hoping I don't know if the chat is ever saved with my videos, my live streams, but I'm hoping, because I can't go and press these links, but I want to see that, the dark side of the moon. Is that the one? Maybe I should just go. Let me go on my phone and check that out. The dark side of the moon. You know, they're trying everything in their power, man, to damage control. They're trying everything in their freaking power. Power, man, to. All right. Oh, I know what you mean, Flat Earth Nation. Oh, I'm subscribing. I didn't know you had a channel. Yeah, the dark side of the moon. I know what you mean. Okay. Well, now I'm subbed, Flat Earth Nation, so I will definitely be checking your content out for sure. Now I'm subbed. Shut up. Who was that guy that was just speaking? Damn, it lost the other link you dropped, Flat Earth Nation. Damn. I wanted to see that other video. Yeah, that's the one I wanted to see too, Flat Earth Nation. The gate video. I went to look for it. It's too far gone. That's another thing I don't like about. I think sometimes my chat isn't saved with my streams, if I'm not mistaken. I'm gonna have to go check that out to make sure. All right, let me see. I got to figure out why when I show pictures it doesn't go picture for picture, and that fires me up.
I think sometimes your chat isn't saved when you've got settings on when you can't see Canadummy in your chat. There's some sort of added settings you can put on that make it a little more child friendly, I think, or a little more when you put on the robots to check your chat, make sure your words are good. I know Ken and I discovered that I had that setting on once, and calling himself a dummy made it incapable of him actually showing up in my chat, and maybe even the chat not showing on my video. Just some sort of security settings.
That's why I don't have any of that on. Humans went to the moon. Thermosphere temperature range. Right? You see that? 500. It says lead. Melting temperatures. 327 degrees. They're saying 2,000 Celsius. Negative 2,000? Oh, no. 500 to... Okay. Magnesium's at 650. Aluminum, 660. Aluminum alloy, 463 to 671. Gold, 1,063. Copper, 1,084. So basically, any metal we have will melt. Magic, NASA space station metal, unknown, right? Man. When I first started like finding people that would yeah, I know that Yolanda, I remember that her saying that in her speech. So many people just destroyed the heliocentric model from so many angles, man. I loved it because when I first, like I've said a million times, the first people I watched was ODD TV, Bro Sanchez, and Eric Dubé, and Dread from Question Everything. Well, the real Question Everything. Those were like the first four, and there's one more. What's his name? Blue. Sutton Marble. What the hell is his name, man? I always forget his name because he really don't do YouTube no more. He did a lot of good experiments experiments in Alaska. Blue. He had his name. Sutton Marble. How can I not remember his name? Yo, it's so disrespectful. It's driving me crazy, man. What the fuck was his name? Someone in the chat probably knows. Dave Weiss is good too. When Dave Weiss went at it with what's the other clown, Professor Dave. Personally, people say Professor Dave beat him and disrespected him. And yeah, he was acting childish, but I think Weiss smoked his boots right off. But anyway, D Marble, that was his name. I was thinking, I know it started with a D, right? And I'm like, Dave Marble? No, it wasn't his name. It's D Marble, yeah. He has a lot of good experience. If people don't know who D Marble is, check it out. He's like one of the few that actually went out and did real experiments and recorded it. He went to Alaska and showed. He stood in one spot and showed how the sun went 360 around. And that wouldn't be possible on a globe, a globular. And he did experiment with lasers. Now this drawing right here is pretty dope, and I think trees were this big at one time, and we might live on a tree that big. And people think the Ouroboros is evil, and the Ouroboros is the snake's biting its tail to show you it's a loop of energy that's infinite. As you know, people say it's the snake in the tree in the Bible, Satan, is lower energy. The snake going up the tree is energy. Like when you start to learn about light and the lower light and the higher light, just like gases and material, the heavy material to the gases that rise. And all this light, lower light, and the stories in the Bible, like, or the stuff they describe, like Satan and Jesus being the negative and positive of energy, or the sun and moon, and all this duality stuff. I like this drawing right here. On the right, this drawing is nice. They're saying the sun and moon are 32,000 miles up, or no, wide? Hold on. So they're saying the northern lights come from up and out from the black sun. Now, I had read somewhere, I think Bex was there when me and Lucid deciphered one of these Latin things I have. It's a picture somewhere I have. We deciphered it, and it said you'll find in the inner earth, it also looks like an eyeball. You'll find in the inner earth a stone, basically that'll give you infinite life or something to that. But I know as an inner stone, a stone in the inner earth. It made me think of the black sun, or the cube of Mecca, or something to that. It made me start thinking, and what of them, like these tomb raiders, or they're always searching for stuff under the ocean and raiding all types of tribes around the realm that would rob them for their freaking. Now, this is also from Vibes of Cosmos. I mean, I got to give it to the guy. He's brilliant for this, you know. Now he states that the North Pole shifts and moves. I don't know how true that is because I have never seen a pole shift. I personally think all these large events that happen were not natural. I think the Lichtenberg effect, I've talked about this many times. If you look at Google Earth, or even if you look at the Lichtenberg effect, is when you burn into wood through using, I think, electricity. It makes the lightning type crackles and also looks like veins and I don't want to say muscles, but veins and in the body or whatever. But it looks like lightning on wood that burns it in. It's the same thing on the Earth. Like whatever was used was high-tech weapons. Like they show in the desert melted brick and all this stuff. Some type of serious war happened. With these taller people that had this technology. The Lichtenberg effect is something dope to look into. Hold on, let me see if I can pull the pictures up of that real quick. Right quick, yo. Let me see. I know I got them. Hopefully I labeled the damn folder Lichtenberg effect. Doo-doo. Yep, I got it. Nice. So, if anyone, this is how it looks when you burn it into wood. Right here. Yeah, Vibes of Cosmos is outstanding. So, when you burn the stuff into wood, it looks like that. Right here. If you go to Google Earth, you know, even on maps, I found it. I mean, this was a map I found, and I said, man, I mean, if that ain't telling, right? This is South America. Yeah, I think, yeah, it's South America, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it's not Africa. Wait a minute. Why is the Arctic Circle here? Whatever continent this is, it's showing the Lichtenberg effect. And, I mean, this is from Google Earth. You can see it all over the realm. And that's the table. Here's a better Google one. Oops. I know the pictures are crappy, but if you go to Google Earth, you'll see it. This is in a desert. So whatever weapons these people have, we're annihilating stuff with maybe some giant direct energy weapons. Who knows? But yeah.
I'm back, Charles.
I was just showing them the Lichtenberg effect and how I even had this map I found that showed it too. Can y'all see that? Yeah, you see the map? This one right here. Oh, what happened? It's old world bridges. But yeah, I got so many files. It's not even funny of pictures. My inventory. Look at this flat Earth cosmology I found. It's very interesting, this one, because it has this big, giant, fishy fish thing at the bottom. What happened? Oh. Fallen angels is broken tech. Noah's Ark. Oh, that's you, Bex.
Yeah. It was just that Yolanda had mentioned vibes of cosmos, and a lot of people don't know about the FPV or APM, angel particle matrix. I just usually Google APM, YouTube search APM, and up it comes. They're really long streams, and there's a lot of crossover between people who watch, say, earthquakes, people who watch, who read ancient lore, people who watch the skies, but it kind of all converges. It actually uses the Mercator map, which is interesting, as opposed to sort of the central, bird's eye view. But it's just, they have some really interesting ideas about Noah's Ark being sort of like a tech. And I'm not saying man-made tech even. I don't know. There's such long streams and there's so many different minds converging in one place that I couldn't really give people the gist of what it is. But it does talk about this sort of more like a natural technology, or creator-based technology, but really interesting model. They talk about the different seasons and the sun and the stars going through different gates, and it kind of ties up with a lot of the mythology or scriptures, is guess what I would call some cultures mythology. One man's religion is another man's mythology. So
this picture right here is one of the newest cosmologies I found, and interesting. Very, very interesting, this picture. It's got the sun and the moon. It kind of reminds me of the other flat Earth one I got with that chunk of land, and then they had other chunks of lands floating around, and yeah, the sun, the moon, and then this. I always wondered, like in that movie, what was that movie I had showed a clip of? I had that actor, the black actor guy. Damn, so-called black guy. Shit, man. I can't think of the name of the movie. It talks about that black mountain at the center of the realm. And and it's the same map as our realm, but in the center had the big black mountain that went way up past the heavens. And I think there's land above us, like the trees, the Titan trees that used to be here. I was reading about the Aboriginals of Australia. The Aztec, if I'm not mistaken. And there's one more. I read so many different. Anyway, they talk about the trees they climb to go to the star people, which were their ancestors. The Australian Aboriginals would climb the tree, or sometimes to trade, they would meet halfway. Now these trees, the same tree stumps that go above the freaking clouds. Imagine how high them trees were, and it would connect the upper realm to our realm. And maybe those trees were cut down to stop us savage mother grabbers from going up there, you know, because maybe at some time, I'm thinking the truth, they cut those trees down. So us parasitic savages that live down here, the people that are savages and parasites, sucking Mother Earth dry from all its resources, killing the animals. When that started, they was like, nope, you ain't bringing that shit up here. And they cut the trees down. You know, maybe it says in Enoch, was it Enoch? I have to see, so ask Solama. She made the video, and it talked about the leader, I guess, sent the angels down to cut the trees. It's probably, like I said, to stop these evil people from coming up there. You know, maybe at one time, people just got greedy at some point.
Greed. I personally think greed comes at the advent of money, you know, the love of money being the root
Right.
of all evil.
That's a good point.
You know,
Like-
when it comes down to like calling ourselves parasites on an earth that allegedly we came of, right? So even if you don't believe like from the, you know, amoeba to the human being sort of concept of evolution, we still are in a reproduction right now. We don't have creative organs. We have reproductive organs. You know, we're in the second Genesis. We're in Gen 2 made of the dust, right? So if the earth kept our material here somehow to be resurrected from, or even if people believe in naturalism from amoeba to human, we can't sit here and say we did not come of this earth, right? So if we came of this earth and we are using the earth, you know, and learning to steward the earth, even if there were peoples who always stewarded it, you know, and people who maybe went too far down the tech road, and maybe the people who went too far down the tech road blew the whole place up, and now we're in a recreation. I don't know. All I know is that idea that we're evil as humans destroying the earth actually nullifies her as our mother. You know, like it's just a little bit of cognitive dissonance that I can say greed created an atmosphere where none of us could be stewarding the earth the way we're supposed to, you know, but sometimes those stories go even with the colors of our skin. And I know that my people, my matriarchal lineage comes from people that worked and lived on the land, you know? Yeah. So I think it's just important to, you know, to remind ourselves we're not Greta Thunberg, you know?
I used to have a lot of friends from different, you know, I've met people that buy into the 5% nation. Some people really believe the white man's the devil. And I'll never forget what Prodigy was a part of that. He was, you know, they called each other gods. And that also helped me figure out we're gods. Because I used to, coming from a Christian and Catholic and, you know, even a Jehovah's Witness shit. My mother went to a few of those. I hated that fucking place, man. Those people they're the only place I've ever went to where you can't look out the windows. I used to think to myself, why? Why are all the windows always closed all the way? The doors are locked. Like, what the hell type of thing are you running here? And anyway, you know, I used to think, why do they call each other gods? And, you know, I listened to every Wu-Tang album.
Yeah.
Because the RZA speaks knowledge in his rhymes. Like, when I heard the RZA for the first time, you know, the first Wu album didn't really have, like, knowledge and stuff. It was more like Killer Priest and Sons of Man. And they would speak stuff biblical, and it would make me go look stuff up and be like, wow, you know. So I remember reading the 120 lessons and the Supreme Alphabet and all this stuff. And a lot of their teachings, if people don't know what the Supreme Alphabet is, A is for Allah, B is born, C is, I forget them all. But in the 120 lessons, I agree with a lot of stuff they say. And especially calling the woman the earth. And
that's been my latest theory, Charles, is that in a state of equal balance in creation, My latest theory is that the one thing science doesn't tell us, because I'm ignoring petri dish made babies, not to say they aren't blessed by God. It's just that when we watch in the act of creation under a microscope versus it happening naturally, what comes in to play is we're only looking at biology. We're not necessarily looking at the factors that go beyond our sight. So my latest thought was, in a balanced act of creation, to give the man the same power as a woman in the blessing of that baby, as opposed to men being dependent on women to have children. I would say that it's likely the woman's body creates the flesh of that spirit, and the man's semen carries the spirit in him. So I'm not saying that those two things, that avatar and that spirit, are designed to be compatible enough to get past the corruption in the system. So you actually need those unions of that specific man and that specific woman to create that specific child. So it's still interdependent 100%. Yeah, and we're looking
everything.
And that reproduction is that man and that woman, regardless of being in the back seat of a car, perhaps even regardless of rape. I'm sorry. Like, I'm just saying that there's a spirit into an avatar that's designed to be created. And I think if we look at it that way, there's more balance to the act of creation and less randomness in the science of it.
Is that Michael or Mikhail Reagan? I think that's Michael, or it looks like Mikhail.
Mikhail,
yeah.
I think probably Mikhail.
Peace, man. And racist ideologies, it's like they took religions. Now, I used to see, like, talking to my roommate, grew up in Vermont, I think, New Hampshire. No so-called, I say so-called because there's no black and white people, let's be real here. Find me a white person and find me a black person. You can't. Anyway, they grew up around. Oh, yeah. I knew it. When I seen you said you were from Sweden, I thought a renegade right off the bat. Hopefully Renegade's doing good. He hasn't come through in a while. I know he's busy, man. He's happy now. That's all that matters. But these racist ideologies, man, at the age of 13, I used to talk to 5%ers. And I used to always say, peace, God. And I used to ask them, do you think the white man's the devil? And some would say yes, and they stood on it, and I respected that. But some would say no. And some would tell me, how's the white man the devil when we gun each other down all day? And this is stuff coming from so-called black people who would tell me this. And, they would tell me a lot of things. And I just always, even racist white people, man, I would ask them questions because I hated that shit. When they would drop the N-bomb and vice versa, man. I just don't like racism, period. It's ignorance to me. Especially when you get these racist people that don't like someone because they're dark or light. It's ridiculous. Yeah, I was just bringing it up because it was part of these racist ideologies, but I'll move on from that because, yeah, most people don't like that talk, but it's ignorance, and that's all I want to say about it.
Well, but just to add to it, if we started I watched a few streams of a guy who does a show called No White Guilt, and just stating that I watched a show like that, some people would accuse me of being racist, and it's yet where do we form a room where we all get to talk about us as kings and queens and gods without being seen as separatists? That's why we have to get back to this idea that, that color doesn't, that whole thing is another divisive line, just like language, just like religion. But on that note, I would say, given the fact that we come from different nations that have totally oppressed and depressed people to the point of it being definitely demographically affected, then I would say it's that it's that uniqueness that's arisen out of that community that's actually emboldened us all to start speaking, right? So, some of my most favorite research I did was following young Pharaoh and Pharaoh Atten, 3.5 years ago. And, I was sitting at the back of the room taking notes. I wasn't piping up and saying anything. So, it's definitely, that's the beauty of a platform like this, is that, we can learn from each other until we come and put all those divisive lines aside and start having conversations. So I think it's been an actually natural evolution in us all finding our voices.
I agree with Yolanda,
so-
though. She said it. Race and religion holds us back, man. That's facts. It does.
Yeah.
That's why I hate it. Because it just holds us back. There's so much more to a person. Like, people are all supreme to me. People are unique. And we're meant to be unique. Like, this one world order, they want everyone to wear. Like, look at the school system, what they've done. I remember we could wear our own clothes. And because the teacher got offended with shirts and child wore, now they make, the children wear all colored khakis and blue button-up shirts. Like, where's the creativities being taken from the children, man? The creative minds. But look at this picture. I remember we did as you see in this, it's like our realm right here. And we were like finding things you could align with the flat earth map. And we were saying an eyeball, a dartboard, even a Tesla coil. I had synchronized so much different stuff. Even the black sun symbol, as you see in the bottom left corner here. This one. The zodiacs. I don't know what this one is, but that's interesting.
There's an excellent movie out there called I Origins, with a little I, like iPad, I Origins, and it's with Britt Marling. She does amazing movies, but it's a really cool story about the I, and she basically, a scientist, goes to disprove evolution and creation by trying to help an unsighted, like, parasite, let's say, like an unsighted living creature evolve into having eyes, or at least being able to see. And it's a really, really great story about trying to disprove creation and in disproving a creator. And in essence, the research ends up proving a creator and giving this, this creature the ability to see. It's just a little like amoeba or whatever, right? But it's still, just looking at this one picture reminds me, it's a fantastic. If people aren't aware of Britt Marling's movies, you want to talk about some really interesting overlap between, sort of politics and truth movements, or science and truth movements, you would see her movies are really informative that way.
See, they even show here, it's supposed to be Adam and Eve right here. I found this other map that had Adam and Eve was over to the right of the map. And it had, it almost looked like outer lands. That Eden was an outer land, and it had Adam and Eve at the bottom right of the map. And then it had a road leading to our entire realm. And it made me think, damn, because it looked like, just like what it said in Genesis, that Adam and Eve was booted out of Eden. But this whole entire realm was the part, was the realm. And it made me think of the firmament and how we're stuck in here like a prison. Just like a globe is a prison. And the only way to find out if we're in a prison or not is to actually travel. I wonder if the military would really shoot at us. Why? If we can't get over that ice wall, like, even if past the 60th parallel, it's vicious waves and all this stuff, because you're getting closer to the toroidal field, the energy might be super high. I don't know, but it's kind of hard to believe that when you look at some of these old maps that show, I wonder if, like, they don't have it here. This is an interesting picture. Mount Meru at the North Pole. And then, yeah, I like this picture because this upper left picture is one of my favorite cosmology pictures. Sun reflected off the firmament. The moon reflected off the firmament. Some people have said the moon is reflection of the firmament's material. I've heard that before. How true it is, I don't know. The sun, the
Well,
moon,
to me,
the stars.
if we go back to that picture of a couple, an hour or so ago, where you showed that disc looked like it could be a spaceship, it could also be that's the reflection. That's its way of showing you that the reflection of, that the moon is a reflection, like Vibes of Cosmos model.
I thought Israel is the sun god. That's what I thought it meant. But I could be wrong. Like this picture here. My first thing I saw was, man, these people are giants. Because look at all the little people in the maze. These are all mini people running around. And it made me think of the tree at the center. Yeah, this picture, and then look at these gates to enter the realm. And it says A. Oh man, of course it's not in English. It says labyrinth, basically a labyrinth. But look what it says or whatever. I can't. Reflect magnificent reflection.
Yeah. Effigies,
Aurora, Fames and Frigus, whatever that means. Citus, Primus, Labyrinth, Circulus, and Quo Status. The F is really an S. Status, Tenacium. I don't know, man. Whatever. But yeah, this is from a book I took this from. Very interesting. Very interesting. Everything in this file is all flat Earth. I like this one. I forgot what cosmology this is from. I think it is because it has Buddha, or no, not Buddha, Shiva right here. And then over here would be Brahma. And I don't know who this is. Anubis. There's 4 in 4 corners. You got also the 4 elements: fire, water, air. Well, 5 because you got ether. But look at, is that just the what is that? It's half red. But look at the map. And look in the center. It actually shows a whirlpool. Like, I remember Bro Sanchez said that's what causes the tides. And I've explained that to people. I don't think it's the moon. Because people say Bro Sanchez is dumb for saying you can hold a cup of water up to the moon and it don't affect that. No, that's damn smart. And you're at the ocean. So if the moon affects the ocean tides when you're at the ocean, why can't you hold water? Why don't it affect your cup of water when you're in the water at the ocean? It should, right? Considering all that energy from the moon, but it don't. I think the tides come from the whirlpool at the center, and I found other maps that show whirlpools in a few different spots in the ocean. Now look at these things where the sun is coming out of these lights. This is very interesting, this one. And then there's the black sun right here with Hades and some other ugly people.
That's Mercury.
Where?
Mercury's the red one. No, the one in the back is Mercury. That's the note down on the disc, down exactly where we were. There's 5 people standing there. That's Mercury at the back with the thing in his hand, right? So these other ones must also maybe be planets because
Saturn with the sickle.
yeah.
Oh no, that ain't Saturn. He's got a trident in his hand.
We could probably find the alchemical symbol for whichever one is a trident. That's how I recognize Mercury with the thing on its head. Like it's actually
why
that's
would Mercury be underground? That's a good point. There's no Saturn up here. Usually Saturn's very visible.
But look at the reflections on the sky. Okay, we got a red reflection. We got a pink reflection, a green reflection, right? So looking at on the dome itself, right? So you got the green reflection, the pink reflection up in the top. If we went, there's a blue reflection up there. If we went down below, what do you have? What are the colors of the people down below? We got a green guy. We got a red guy. We got maybe a blue guy. I don't know. They could be related.
He's got horns. That looks like the
Because now we're
devil.
looking at Vibes of Cosmos model, right? Vibes of Cosmos model shows the lights reflecting up from underneath and through.
Look, this guy looks like Bones. Too bad we
He
couldn't
does.
see better. This guy looks like horns.
Yeah. That's the personification of the alchemical, the symbols for the luminaries, though, to me.
And this one looks like Medusa. Look at the hair.
Yeah.
I don't know what the heck this thing is.
Yeah, I know the horn is Taurus. But I know that if anyone wants to go look up the symbol for Mercury, that's exactly what the symbol for Mercury is, that shape. It looks almost like Mercury looks like the girl, looks like the female symbol with horns on her head.
Snakehead Medusa, yes. Mikael, yup. Horns is Taurus.
Now is Taurus
will show
is
you
the
planets, stars. Wait, these are planets, stars, and this map is showing it through symbolism.
I was just going to say that.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to say that actually the likely that's where I'm not as familiar with the astrological, Mercury, all I'm trying to say is that all the luminaries are involved when all of them interact together. So there could be a very strong connection between, say, when we were in the age of Taurus and Mercury being more prevalent in our sightline or something. Again, that's all the luminaries work together to affect every moment in time. So,
and what if you connect these 4 people? You get a diamond. But this is an interesting map. And look, there's Polaris. One of these two is Polaris, right? But what the heck is this big light outside of the dome that creates Polaris, and then it goes down to the whirlpool, which goes down to this guy? I don't know. I like this one. This is interesting.
Well, and then it also makes sense that considering like what the things that I know, if Mikael is friends with Renegade One, is he said he's in Sweden, right? So it really comes down to the names being given to these luminaries. Every culture is going to give it their own names. Some of us will overlap, and other ones will have that's why it gets so confusing, because people think their mythologies are so different when in fact they're the same. They're different names for the same things. 11 Zodiacius. Interesting. What's interesting? 11. I like that.
There's 12 months don't make sense. I think the 10 months with 36 days makes sense. But This says during a total lunar eclipse, there is no way on the flat Earth model that a circular shadow can be cast on the moon. There is nothing in between the sun and moon on the flat Earth model to create a solar eclipse. Yes, there is, you freaking non-reading idiots. It's called Rahu and Ketu. The only way that is possible is when the globe Earth is between the sun and the moon. Only a ding-dong would believe that, because when you're looking up at the moon, I've seen eclipses where the sun is present while the sun is being eclipsed, the moon is present, right? How are they both above your heads on the left and right of you, but that's the Earth in between them two, and they're both above your heads and you're looking at them? It don't make no sense. And the moon and sun is always above your head no matter where you go in this realm. So the Earth is not making the shadows on the sun or moon. It don't make sense, man, because they're always above your head. You know, even if the moon's behind you, they're still above your head, no matter where you go in this realm. It's a cold world. And as far as this picture goes, I think the moons change color from the light spectrum. I don't know if the sunlight lights the moon. I don't believe that, man. I think the moon creates its own light for facts. Because the moon be lit up in the daytime.
I'm dropping the link for you, K. Charles.
Oh, yeah. Now, this is a cool cosmology I found. I wish, what's his name was here? Gabriel, man. He knows so much about, what's the word I'm looking for? The people in India and their cosmology. He's very well knowledgeable in that area. This was a cool map I found, but you could really see at the North Pole lands right here. It's real little. You can see them right here. And this is supposed to be an old Chinese map. Now look at Antarctica. Look how huge that is. I mean, and there's way more islands too. Oh no, that's writing.
And it's likely Tierra del Fuego. If we can't see Australia, I mean, again, I don't know, is one of those small islands in there off the tip of the sort of peak of Antarctica? You know, the ones that come off the bottom of, what is that there?
Right here?
I guess that would be, yeah, like, is that where they're saying Australia is? Because a lot of that used to be called Terra del Fuego on the old maps. It's very orange and, you know.
I'm going to show you. I'm going to find it. I'm looking for. I thought this was I don't know why it's that little. I got to find a better picture of this. I put this for the cosmology because Polaris.
Whoa.
But it's
interesting.
It's so blurry.
Well, that other picture had, if you didn't look at the center being, that other picture that had those four where I was calling it Mercury, and Mikhail was saying it was whatever the names were, all the Eases, Draconius, Reptianus, Horatius. Sorry
Yeah.
for my bastardization. Look how we've got 4 here too.
Yeah.
Um,
I got to
it
get a
is
better
very
one.
related.
I know exactly where to get this picture. I think I might have it in my alchemy page, my alchemy pictures, but it's interesting, this picture.
I'll be back in a minute, Charles. I just got to go flip that laundry over.
All right. I don't know what this is. Yeah, this is another cool picture I found. Why is that shaded like that? Interesting. Oh, all right. Oh, I hate when it does that, man. There we go. Don't. Okay. How you say your name, Mikkel or Michael? It's Mikkel, right?
In Sweden we say Mikael,
Okay.
but I have CK. You have C who? So I'm Mikael. You know, not
Mikhail, okay.
Mikael. Eller Michael. Michael. Mikael.
Okay. Mikael.
Then when you turn this back, Leah is a love. Leah.
Peace to Lady Shay.
And what you look here?
And
Gamel
Dark Chameleon.
map.
Which
you
one?
Know the sun. The sun. Sol in Sweden.
Yes, SOL, right?
He
Soul.
is the creator. You know what I say? The creator.
Yeah, the sun is the creator.
Yes, if we take back the sun, we have the new ice time.
Mm.
You know?
The Ice Age, yes.
In Sweden we say is. I and S. You have E-C-E. You know, pool. In Sweden we say a pool is. Ice cream. We have the same word, but we writing, we be wrong. So this we have learned us in the school, it's fake. Everything is fake. And we
Yeah, I agree.
in the middle of the world, and outstairs in the ice wall is another world. There have you your planets. Venus, Pluto, every planet is out there. And there you have the Bigfoot, you have Enoch, everything. We living in an animal's garden. We are slaves. We are controlled of a reptiles. Draconius.
I used to think we were, when I would picture the Bible, I would picture a Titan.
No, but the Bible, there's so many Bibles. You must read 66 Bible.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I would picture.
Read the first Bible, the New Testament. It's
you know how people have pets in like an ant farm? That's how I pictured the Bible explaining the realm, that we were this giant creator's pets in the ant farm.
Yeah, but we are stupid in the head. They have take us the mind on us, so we're stupid. We cannot do you have there.
It seems a lot of people have lost their ability to think for themselves. School did it to everyone, for the most part.
And this you see there is the area. This is a radius. Du vet, in a circle, you meeting the area, they have you the P, 3.14. You understanding?
What are they? I mean, land?
You have many. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And number 9 is the devil, the Satan. Cielo, cristallino, primo, mobilo. And he go in your head.
The devil is God, right? In the Bible, the devil is God.
Thinking.
So you're saying the devil is on the throne up there, number 9.
Oh, the devil is Satan. You must turn Satan back. Natas. Natas is born in of God, not born of Satan. Satan is bad. Satan will only have money. The God's people don't need money. They will only have peace and love. Satan will have war and bad. Then he give the money to the people. They have you the rock star, the movie star. He take this soul. They have not the heart, and they cannot cry. They cannot have tears. You understand?
Yeah.
If people you see in the world, they die. And they have many fine for this. They are crazy. And the stupid is that these people, they have control of the media, TV, movie, the music. And when they singing, every word is a spiritus. They control you of the spiritus. They control your mind.
Hypnotize.
So this you must do. You must look into the sun.
Yeah, I do. Not all the time, but I sun gaze.
But you must have the right clock.
The right what?
The clock to the sun. You must take your birthday.
What I would say though.
What?
I would say though that the hypnotizing is the initial framework with which we're all brainwashed in school. Yes. I'd say the only spell cast upon us is our confusion by that information. Like the power these entities have to hypnotize us. Like I am not bewitched by any song anymore, like I'm not saying I can't get the subliminals. I'm just saying I'm not controlled and hypnotized by that any more than I would be by enjoying Charles reading in the morning. It's like the fear of Satan that people have created around all of these organized energies and corporations and anything, all is just a opportunity to look outside yourself and disempower yourself, in my opinion, respectfully.
Yes. But listen, there you're living now, the first time you see the sun go up, the morning, when the sun go up, sun rising, the first hour when the sun go up, you can look into the sun with big eyes. When you do this, the sun gonna be black and shake it. And do you do with it eyes, some shyness, you small eyes, and you're gonna have a strain from the sun. And this strain open your third eyes. And here the sun give you the power. Then when the sun go down, you do something, but you have but two, when the sun go down, you look together there into the sun. But there you drop your thinking, your brain, you send this bad stuff to the sun. And when you sleep, you're gonna put in spirit is gonna tell you in your head, now you do this, you do this. You have never more problem if you do that. And this is the son of the god. And this have you see every place on this planet. They have you sun pyramido. And this do that you consciousness. This mind, you have the four sen. Sun gazing, yes.
It says right
But
here,
he-
quick question
Yes,
before we
yes,
start
but
sun gazing.
but you must go to Hindu. They some live in India. Hindu.
I wonder if that has something to do with the wireless, like when you don't, we've been presented Wi-Fi as some sort of technology that we know is, got these little devices in our home connected to some, antenna, when really the next level that they're doing is called Li-Fi, light fidelity. So I wonder if actually they've been using the natural light fidelity network of the sun. And that's why early in the morning, when the sun is not sort of casting its light over the whole realm, it's in the morning, maybe you can connect with less confusion, let's just say, right? Like less information. Yeah, that makes sense to me.
But you cannot do this when clock is 12
Yeah.
o'clock.
Oh, I know.
Then the sun is bad. Then give you cancer. You understand? And the sun is cancer.
That's what. Wait,
Yeah.
no. Okay,
But
okay.
anything that's an antenna, anything that can transmit can receive as well, right? So the sun could be being used at noon as a receiver and transmitter. So I know, like, I'm an antenna. I am the receiver and the transmitter of Bex, right? Like, so yeah, to me, it makes sense that could be something that strengthens those powers of all that misinformation to have us continually be hypnotized.
Well, here, see the picture here now. The sun is not the same place. The sun go round the world, the earth.
Yeah, above us.
And then go the sun into the middle. And you can see some here in Sweden, when I have summer, the sun is in a zero in my head. In the winter, the sun is long far away. Then a low. So when I sit in my home, looking in my when I look in the sun, you can see the sun in the summer, then it's high up. In the winter, then it's low down. And the sun, you see on the sun, you have the clouds over the sun. The sun is under the clouds. And if the sun is many miles far away, you cannot see the moon, the clouds up there. Set you on a plane and go to Thailand or something and look in the sun and look down. The down you have many clouds. When in Sweden we say a moln. So the sun is the creator. And the moon, we say this is the eggs to the woman. For we have the full moon 28 days, and the woman have the eggs. Every 28 days, the woman have 13 times every year. Have I wrong? Have you Bloody Mary 28 days every month? When you have an egg losing in your body, every 28 days you have. And China have then calendar, zodiacian.
I'll be right back. I'm going to switch over.
29 days. And
What
the
did
moon control the brain.
Well,
and we yes, antenna. We are this antenna. If you have the car, you know you have the fjärrkontroller, sensor. If you are far away your car, you can take this in your head. Your car open, for you are an antenna. It is same with the phone. We are antenna, but our body cannot take this power from the phone. We will be sick. We will sleep. We have ont in the chair, ont in the heart.
Mm-hmm.
So
What were you saying about 29 days?
28.
I thought I heard you say something about 29 after.
Yes, but it's in Sweden we have A to Ö. You have A to Z, and you have 126 in the letters, okay? I
Yeah.
have 29. Vi har Ö och Ä. Ni har inte det. You have not
Yeah.
this. I have 3 more letters in my alpha och beta. Alpha, beta. Alpha, det är the man. Och beta, det är bettar. Tänk er game, when you game. You have bets. Du har det alfa och beta. Du har alfa. Sen har du alma, nacke. Det är det kalender. And who can say we have 12 months? 30 days, 31 days. Oh, we have 28 days in February. Over 4th year, you have 1 day left? No, we have 13. 30 months. 28 days every month.
Yeah.
You need 364 plus 1, 29.
Yeah.
And then 13 in calendar, the number 7, the sun.
Yeah.
Sol heter det. Och this is middle Gemini and Cancer. They have you the sun. And what is happening? 32-6. The summer stifters. What happened 31-12? The winter. What have in March 22-3? The spring. What happened in the 9? Virgo, September 33. What happening? The sun left, go back. We losing this craft in your body. Energy. Yeah. The winter come. Yes, we have no. And we say in Sweden of soil you coming and soul back go. Because the tree and everything die. And then come back together in March. Because the light come back. And this go bara only in Sweden. I don't know how you have in your country. When have you the war spring? The first time the plants growing up. When have you the winter? When come the snow? Snowstorm. When you have you same as me? Mount 10 to Mount 2? The winter.
Yeah.
October, November, December, January, February.
Yeah.
Sen in March, if you are a Muslim, you don't eat. Because you clean your body. You only drink, you never eat fast food. Some meat, you only drink tea and water and everything. And that you do in 38 days. You beginning the 1st March and drop 7-4 in April. Because there we go in något som heter Aries. And when you turn it Aries back, see is Ra. Och Ra är solen. You look in i solen. Ra. And you have many books. In the pyramid or everything. Ra is God. The creator. And his dad heter Anu. A-N-U. Anu. Och Anno, det är skaparen. The first. Number 1. NO1. In your country, you must have NO1 in the building. What is your first building in your country? And who have building this? You have the angels, you have many statues, Who have built it? We cannot building this today. You must go in and look at the first picture. 1840, I think, we have the camera first. And the movie. We have not this before. We living in payments life. Before it was free, everything was free. Electro all. We have no cars and go on the fuel. The car flying in the air. So stupid is the world.
Yep.
We have built this world because we have someone, people who control us. No, I do that, you know. Oh, if they want 4 years, oh, we have the well, so I vote. Vote on me. These are kids who control us. Stupid kids. But it's gonna change now. More and more people is wake it up. And no, hela YouTube is many stupid stuff. And look, this is not stupid. This is the truth. And beginning and think what you eat. If you eating something som kommer från det som är nature, eller äter du kemikalier? Every food is chemicalier. Why? Because you shall die before you are 100 years. These people who control us living 100 years, 100 years, 100 years. They only waiting. Oh, he dies soon. He dies soon. So we control you kids. And putting them in a school and learning this wrong history. And same history we have with the war too. With Hitler, Nazi. This is fake. Why have no Sweden no war for? 1945. Who have building the Sweden? Well,
Exactly.
we have war with the Nazi, Hitler and everything. Hitler was the biggest land and factory and allting. And this was from Germany. Learn you listen on the group hit Sabaton. You know the pop star Sabaton. There you have the whole history. Sabaton. So we must begin and take care of us together. And say no to the government, say no to the doctor, say no to the police. I don't want your help. I fix myself. Because they want only control you. They want to take your time. So stupid is the fucking world. And many people gonna be so sick. The brainwashers. We have something som is mind control, MK Ultra. This beginning 1953. So they control.
But again, I have a theory on that. Just because I like to come, in with sort of like trying to see the next layer of what we wake up to. Because seems to me that whatever we've woken up to is a bunch of fucking lies, and now we have some truth allegedly. But again, I say allegedly because the printing houses still print everything.
Yeah.
And so essentially we wake up to a new layer of another, in my opinion, when I look at the community that I've gotten to know over the last 3 years, most people seem a little bit worse off spiritually due to the information. Now that's just my witnessing even my own angst, in sort of contraindicating, because I have a lot of peace in my life. And so I went right down, I went to Chad, deeper conversations with Chad, did a really good 5-hour, he put them all together. I think it was a 13-part series on MK Ultra. And it really came in from that truth perspective of the kind of trauma we've seen that the that we know that the Satanists are doing, or we think we know the Satanists are doing, say in tunnels and things like that, right? Like it really came in from this Akashic record. Something happened to your granddad, you know, that basically they know that our epigenetics carries our genetic, basically our DNA carries memories from our grandparents, and that they're able to manipulate us through those memories without even re-traumatizing us. So that being said, it was very well done in that it starts out actually making you understand that the same thing happened to the ruling class, right? So that you know, it happened to them too. And not that it really is to make you have compassion for what's going on now, but you know, for me, I took in that information and I was like, wow, I know what happened. Just like when they terrorized the crows with the giant Pillsbury man, and 3 generations later, the crows are still freaking out about the Pillsbury man. You know, I don't know if anyone's seen that kind of information, but they have shown through animals that this memory, this traumatic memory can be retained, right? And manipulated. So here's my theory, okay? You know, I'm just like adding that layer of biblical, like the scripture says that Jacob helped, well, Jacob, and I know people call this the evildoers, right? This is the crux point.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
but when you say Jacob, can you turn this name back or not? Book-eye. Book-eye.
What's the name?
Book.
book.
B-U-U-K-I-O-U.
Okay, so
the book-eye.
yeah, Book-eye. So backwards, you're saying his name backwards,
And
Book-eye.
you have Daniel. Dan is the devil. Satan.
Okay,
Demonic.
well, okay, so
Babel's
Okay.
tune. The ball and with the whore.
yeah. So I can see that you really are convinced that this is like the evil. So I guess I can I'll just leave it at that with you.
We have this behind us. The devil can was your friend. He can was your neighbor. Everything. And he can take 5 bodies sometime. So if you go on sometime in the meeting with the government, you sit with 5 people from the government. These 5 people can work the same in the head. And
The what in the head?
And you sit
Insane.
there self. You sit there self, and you have 5 people behind you, so speak with you.
So that goes back to
one in the head.
That goes back to what I was saying about the MK Ultra programming actually being the worse on them. It's worse on them, right? Because they're the ones manipulating us through the very framework, right? Right? All the way up to the top, right? So, you know, it's interesting that, you know, Jacob's ladder, or the Jacobian matrix, that sort of implied by this 13 by 13 by 13 matrix that Deeper Conversation with Chad said was put in the monarch programming in our heads, right? Like through our grandparents, this framework was put electrically into our minds, like electrosurgery. Now, if our minds weren't whole when they put that frame in there, we always assumed that they put it on a whole mind and corrupted a whole mind. But what if they actually, our minds were gone? We were being put into asylums because people couldn't even speak, being spoon-fed. You know, people were just maybe something had happened so traumatic to the whole globe that we lost our minds. And what if this electrosurgery was putting a framework of sigils into our grandparents who had already all suffered this trauma, right? And essentially it's something that's rebuilding our spirits and brains back now, integrating it all together.
Well, what do you think happened? I mean, look in Europe, under the city of London, there's millions of skulls. So some cataclysmic event happened where there was bodies everywhere. I mean, where else are them skulls? And they're stacked perfectly.
Exactly.
People lost everything.
This is in Sweden, man.
Huh? What's in Sweden?
We have this, you have in your country on Freemason.
Yeah.
Yeah, but in Sweden
I
we
think-
call this frimurare. You know, when you do a wall with a cemento betongo, man murar. En mason, tänk på Amazon. Mason. Fri Amazon. En zon, Z-O-N, det har vi behind the ice wall. This is en zon. They have you the zoo. You know, the doctor of Oz. Oz. Have you seen the baby program? Oz and zoo. And zoo is animal garden. And we are the animal. So they control. And you cannot go to the wall on the ice. Because not to stop you. If you go on the sea with a boat, or take the airplane, or what you do, the military come and say, hey, turn it around.
Yeah.
Yes, you have seen it. Why can we not come to the wall first? And what is this behind the ice wall? Who living there?
The
Yeah.
giants.
Yeah, more though. You have the animal with the human's face.
Hmm. So that's
Yes.
why in the map you see the human face and they got freaking donkey feet.
Yeah. And you have the
Well-
animal zebra. How can they be black and white? You have the cow. You can have what white with black. And a cow, you have the milk. And we people isn't cow.
That's a
They
good
take
point.
the milk and we must pay.
Let me see if
And
I can find that map.
Yes.
To show what he's talking about.
Animal. Every
Yeah.
animal. And look on the dog. The dog. And what is a dog? And think on the wolf. In Sweden, wolf is varg. Varg. And we har the fox, det är räv. Och en grave, det är grav och varg. You cannot put the body when you die whole in a grave. Det blir en wolf. And many people som är tätt in a shop gonna be a zombie. How you say? Up in the grave. You have seen this so many times in the movie.
I got maps that show giants,
Yes.
but only like 12 or 13 feet tall. But and they have animal feet and human heads. And I would question, like, I even found old maps of different countries that have giants. They're drawn and painted in there.
Yeah.
People try to tell me, oh, that's to show they're kings and queens, that they're bigger than the slaves. I'm not buying that.
But if
And-
you look on the Red Squid, you know, Red Squid X,
Yeah.
he is very deep. And he taking from many pictures.
Yes. Shout
And
out to Red Squid.
Yeah, and he take you from many people. And look here, it's the same people. Here is 2000, he's 1800, 700, the same people. How can it be so? Who
Well, I
can
got a
want
map.
Same people every year. Have they the mask on, see? Huh?
Yeah.
Some Biden. Biden
Mask.
is not Biden. Biden is dead for a long time.
Yes. So is Trump. I
Hey
got
guys,
a map.
I'm gonna hop down. Nice to meet you. Is it Mikael?
Yeah.
Jag
Yeah.
heter Micke. In Sweden
Micke.
we have you know, Carola. Hey, Mickey, you are here? Okay.
Yeah, Mikael. I'm good at. I have a good ear. Say it one more time.
Yes.
Well, I'm doing
Say
an
it.
interview with Candy. I don't know if it's gonna be live. I'm gonna try to do it live. And
Cool.
but yeah, that's coming up.
Cool. I'm just gonna hop down into the chat and hang out with everyone there till my laundry dries, and then I got a big day of like real verse responsibilities I'm taking care of. So it's a pleasure seeing you again, Charles. It's been far too long. I'll make a point of popping in more often. Nice to meet you, Mikael, and nice to see all my friends and new faces in the chat. I'll see you again soon.
All right, Bex. Thank you for coming up.
Bye.
Bye. I have a map that shows the outer lands.
Mm.
And I forgot what it was called, where the ice wall is. It's the Urbano Monte map from 1580 something, and
Yes,
it shows Blemies. It shows the beings. They look like Pan. You know that the devil Pan. They call Pan. He has goat feet
Mm.
and a human
But
head.
you have the map with Lemuria, Nibiris och alla dem. Anunnaki.
The Myria. Yeah, I've
Oh,
seen that
yes.
map, and it has Atlantis.
Yes.
Lemuria's in between California and Asia, right? Lemuria.
Yes. Nej, California och Sydamerika än Nya Zeeland.
Peace, boy.
You have in New Zealand and New South America, Mexico down there, Rio de Janeiro. And there out there you have Lemuria, but you cannot see this.
People say, how do they hide lands? Because they control all the ships on certain paths and planes too. They got maps that show that the
Yes.
planes go on the same path. They're not allowed to go off.
Jo. Men look here, if you were talking on the technico, you will have your television. When come the first television? When come the first telephone?
1800s?
Yes. No, TV. When I have TV, I am born 68, 1968. I have a TV. This one no color.
Yeah, black and white. I had one too.
Yeah,
in the 80s.
I have 2 channels. Then when I gonna see the movie, I have a cassette band, VOS. You know the band cassette band. Some music. You play music on the plate, EP and LP. Then after this, they come CD, freestyle.
Because I remember the black and white I had,
Yes.
the top was like channels 3 and 8, and then they had the bottom dial for like channel 30, 61. There's 2 dials.
Yes.
And it had the bunny ear antennas.
And then first computer.
1980, no, 1970 something, I know.
Yes. Sen tar vi det först when you driving trucks, you know. Nu blowing with the cops, you have the walkie-talkie, radio with the antenna. Hello, hello. Then you drop, come. Hello,
Yeah, that's way before this.
You know? Yes.
Yeah, that's a long time ago. 1800s.
Yes. And now we see now today you have a little food. Some is a computer. You can see and do everything with this food. And now don't want to drop and chip in your head.
Huh.
But who have do that? We cannot do that. They have you to aliens, UFO, the technique. Who do the first bomb? The aeroplane and the boots, the big boots on NATO, military boots. Who have do that? When come the first car? Beginning 1880. And what we have before 1888? Nej, de drop en bomb. Boom, 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 boom. Now we take off your history. So building up again. So this is the fake. Everything is fake. It is some we are in a movie. And you listen on the music they play now. Can you see hearing the music? Oh man, they see I am with this. They singing about me. Have you thinking so sometime? Begin and listen to music and look on the movie. Go back in 1940 and look on the movie. Look on the first Star Trek.
I'm gonna look and see if I can find.
Star Wars. And the movie V. They eat rats. De had en mask and he was a reptile. And you hear on David Icke, what he speak on every time.
Yeah.
When I listen to him first time, I think he was a crazy man. But today I am glad that I listened to him. So we can see it. This is so crazy. And you know when han Bonacchie, Santo Bonacchie. You know him? Santo Bonacchie, eller vet han? He speaks very much on the stars and planets and but he tog this also A, B, C, du vet, våra alfabeter. When you say the first letter A, you say A, eller hur? You say A, but you don't do that. You say A. Och sen number 9, I, vad säger du? I, eyes. Jag säger is, you say eyes. Voice, jag säger voice. Du säger God, jag säger Gud. Jag säger good when you are good. Good. Du säger God med 2 O. Good. Och jag säger dog, jag säger hund. Dog, I kill. I die. De är död. Dog.
I got a couple maps. Downloading now. I've heard of Lemuria, but
Jo, this is the people som is Lemuria. You must go to the New Zealand. These are the people som live in, this is what you say, cannibali, de som live in the wood.
That's what it's showing on this map I'm looking at. Yeah, near New Zealand.
Lemuria.
They say Australia is part of the Antarctic ice wall.
Yes.
From what I heard.
You must take this way out on the sea from New Zealand. So there is gate. This is the gate there in the ice wall. But you must go there in the summer. When this is open. In the winter, this is closed. You cannot go there. The ice wall is some old earth. It takes long time if you go up. You cannot do that. You must go in and under.
You still there? Oh, I thought it X'd you out. I want to travel there. Maybe that's why that boat. You ever seen the video of the boat when they were traveling away from?
Yes.
And the military ship sent a drone, the Navy, and then the boat came out of nowhere, just zoomed up.
Yes.
Said, this is USS. You must turn around.
Yes. The same people take the plane and draw up in the air. And they can't be stopped with a NATO plane, streets plane. You must turn away. I shut down you.
Yeah, they'll shoot you on sight. But why? You know, it don't. What are they hiding, man? Besides more land, I mean, if we, you know, they're hiding something really good because why else would they shoot you on sight? You know, if it's so-called ice and you'll die, they should just let you die.
Yes,
they're hiding something very good.
Yes. They have the technical and the people are living there. They live not in 100 years. They live 1,000 years.
Wow.
Because we living in the middle The EMP is so strong, so our body will be older. Every year we be older. Today they be not older.
Well,
Because they have no this power from magnetismo. If
do
you
you think
plant, and if you plant with magnetismo and electro, they bring a big size. You
do you
can
think
see
the
on the
government people live that long? Do you think they're going over there to extend their life? Like,
Yes.
I think they have ways to extend their life, these people in so-called power. I think they do.
I have only bara sett Putin, Trump, Bush. This is not many men. You and what he some have plane. He say, oh, you can go. We must go to another planet. You must buy 1 billion for a ticket. He wait Manson eller wait Branson va? Hej som du rockets. Inte Musk nu another. Branson eller tror jag, I think his name is. Mandon Branson eller något.
Okay, I know what you're talking about. Oh
White
shit.
hair and
What was the other country? This one says Kumari Kandam, and then Lemuria is Kumari, same thing.
mm.
And there was another piece of land that was in between Asia. I forgot the name of it. Does anyone know in the chat? I forgot that piece of land. It starts with an M. They're supposedly high. Oh,
Mu ja.
and Atlantis.
Mm.
Mu, yeah. MU. That's the name of the other land. I found the map.
Jo, men listen nu, do you hear Atlantis? This is my water. And
Lemuria, Atlantis, and Mu.
And you have Antarctica. Antarctic. Atlantis. Atlantis. Antarctica. And then you have the book in America. Den heter Encyclopedia. Antarctica, America. Fast if you will C, not Q. T. And this book is from 1954, I think. And there's do everything. And they have you then Swabenland. The kingdoms. Then the kings in the world, they have a land on side there.
Hold on.
And then there you look in there, you live you with, you have you many tunnels under the ground.
Yes, they connect all the continents too.
Yes, but this have you seen with their new Walmart. Eller Walmart, eller vad could the store name?
Walmart, yeah,
yes.
Walmart.
There you have seen now many kids they found. And many trucks go under there in the tunnel. They have too many food. Because if there be a war, nuclear war, the earth gonna bring it up, in many years. And there under, you can live there 1,000 years. They have a plant house, everything, grow house, so everything, movie, doctors, everything. And we're gonna live here upstairs with chemicals.
Du skriker.
So what we gonna do? But look on pot, look, and waiting till the bomb come. And is this true that Trump, he will do a new dollar, Trump dollar?
He's going to be the ruler of the entire world.
Yeah, but is this true? He do a new dollars, Trump dollars. If you buy a Trump dollar for $1,000, you can get back $10,000. Is this true?
Wow.
Is this true?
I don't
Trump
know.
dollar. What?
If it is, I need one. If it is true, I need a Trump dollar.
Och same these people som are go in school and take loan. This they drop off the loan. You not want to pay this money. And Trump have take it back many gold from the popes, Vatikanen. Many gold. Som was i Vatikanen. In Vatikanen go en tunnel till Jerusalem. To the Blackstone.
They're at war now, Jerusalem, right? They went to war.
Yes. Because they want to take back the deep state, some control.
Mm.
And this is not only there, this is around the whole world. Many war. And in Sweden, we only take, speaking of Ukraine, du vet. Oh, Ukraine.
Well, there's going to be a war in America. People think it's a joke.
No, many people come Somalia, Afghanistan with a train. Many people. They're gonna go and smash every store in America. Burn it up, everything.
Yep.
And why? Because America was in their country and killed many people, the war. You know,
the government did. We didn't. The government, we got to reap what they sowed. And that's the effed up part.
Yes. But you living in the country, America. So every people in America is same people. The same in Sweden. Sweden do this too. And I live in Sweden and I'm gonna go to me, punch me. So Muslim gonna take over the world.
I'll lay someone down if I have to. It'll be time for them to go to the eternal sleep.
Yes. So you cannot speak something hate mot Muslimer because we don't know anything why they here and what's gonna happen. We must begin and think positive and what we're gonna do. We must be together. We must begin and take care of neighbor and everything.
I'm going to do a live stream tomorrow on Lemuria, Mu, and I downloaded a couple maps. I'm going to look deeper into Lemuria, Mu, and Atlantis. Vibes of Cosmos seems to think those lands are, well, no, one of those lands are still in our realm, but he thinks they're outside of the wall, the ice wall, Lemuria.
But you see Bruce Sanchez?
Yeah.
We have many pictures on this.
I have some. I got some right now. I just got to send them to my laptop so I could show them. I'm going to do it tomorrow. I got to do an interview.
Yes, do that.
In a little while, I have an interview I'm going to do with Candy. Have you ever seen her, Brownie Girl?
Yes.
I'm going to try to do it live after this. It's a better way to do it. Saves memory.
Can you tell me what your clock is now? My clock is 18:49, 6:49 on the evening.
Yeah, it's 12:49 here. I'm in Connecticut. Yeah, 12:49.
And they say, du vet, 4:10, the clock 2:02, the phone gonna call, and they're gonna brainwash the people. But it's not happened 4th October. They're gonna try tomorrow again, then 11:10. And when you phone calling, you cannot take up the telephone and give the svar. För det kommer en sån ton in your head, så du blir brainwashed. They have so psychotechnique so. Have you seen the movie, the cells? The call cells. When the people go and they're ringing in a telephone, they take and they swear and de blir another people. Don't die. Then think on the Yellowstone, Greystone, what is stone? 500 million people
Damn.
left. But it
Peace
does.
I just want to say peace to Jack's Dreaming, man. I sub to your channel. I'm going to check out your content, man. Thanks for coming by.
Yeah.
What did you say again? It's going to happen tomorrow at what time?
2:02. In
Okay.
Sweden it blir 14, no, what did you say? PM 2:02. Not 12, 12 o'clock. 1 o'clock
Okay.
and 2 o'clock. But I think it's not going to happen for so many people talk on this really now. So I don't think they go out and do that. So the best is if you can drop your phone long far away you and not take the jävla antenner som sitter on the street and the houses.
Yeah, they
So
did that the other day. But I thought that thing they did the other day at 2 o'clock was going to activate something in people, but
yes.
I forgot about it and my phone went beep. I was like, no, I forgot. I'm dead.
Oh, yes, yeah.
They caught me slipping.
And if you have many people, some is your friends, some is very tired and have a headache and ont i the chair in the heart, because the phone power. If you go drop your phone and go out to the forest in the wood in 1-2 days, you are more healthy, very healthy, and listen on the birds and everything.
Shit, the closest woods to me is about
you be healthy.
About 2 miles, more than that, maybe 3 miles, but it's a reservoir, and they always got the police up there, man, and they don't like people from the city going up there anymore. When I was a child, we used to be able to hike up there and look at deer and all this stuff, and now they don't even let us near the reservoir water because people, this was in the 90s, I remember we caught them dumping something in the water. I think it was the fluorizol.
Yes. In Sweden, they say now that we have fått from the pigs, the wild pigs in the forest. They say the pigs have fått a virus som come from Africa. So now the people in Sweden cannot go into the forest. The cops come and say, no, we cannot go here. We cannot have mushrooms or berries.
That's crazy.
No, they say, stop, you cannot come here. But what they do there, I don't know. They have not secret.
Yeah, we got an orchard. We have an orchard up near the reservoir, and you're not allowed to pick apples or nothing. Like, we got to come together at some point, man. It don't matter your religion. It don't matter what politics you believe in. It don't matter what so-called race you are. None of that matters. At the end of the day, they don't care if you're neon blue. They're coming for everyone's ass. But a lot of people, we're supposed to protect this place. We went off track with all this material and money and all this garbage. And we forgot how to save ourselves. When I say we, I'm not talking about, I got to rephrase that. The people here have their eyes open. They know what's going on. But for the most part, a majority of the masses don't. And they're just far asleep, man. They're sleepwalking, snoring while they walk. You know, I've tried to talk to many people about this shit, and they don't want to hear it. So, as far as coming together to stand our ground, I don't know, man. I don't know how that's going to be a possibility.
Oh. Here in Sweden, here I live, every my friends starting say I am sick and I'm stupid in my head, do everything. I have no friends left. And they are so sick.
Yeah, my
Everything.
friend, I show them documents and stuff, and I tell them, don't believe the documents then. I say, take the ingredients on the food and look it up. It's all chemical. And they're too lazy. I don't have time for that. Well, how can you say what I'm saying ain't true if you don't even take time to look it up? I say, don't believe what I say. Look for yourself with your own 2 eyes. Take
Yes.
some damn time. You got time to roll a blunt, but you don't have time, 10 minutes to look up some ingredients. It's all excuses. People don't want to know the truth because they're afraid it's gonna interrupt their whole belief system. You know, they're too comfortable in their belief systems, and you know, I look at myself.
In Sweden, I begin in Tokyo on the 2001 after the building, the World Trade Center. When the World Trade Center happening, the Bush come to the Sweden. Because in Sweden we're gonna have a big EU meeting with the climate. With the climate. So Bush was say no, we must have your space on the air. You must give me so I can take the plane and have your Swedish airspace. And all EU was there, the big guys here EU. Then he dropped from the money from Sweden, 258 billion. Miljarder säger vi här. From the old people's taxes. And then they begin and spray the sky, NATO. So the sky was in a gate, and car gate. You see the train. And I told my friend, look it up. No, it's normalo. They said normalo. And a friend said to me, well, he told me a question. What's happening with it? You're gonna do so you be crazy in your head. And I go, it's not true. Today, this eat medication. They are so sick inside head.
It's sad.
Yes. But why we must dimming the sun? For the sun give us the power. We be happy. They want we gonna be angry with it. And many people some have the kids, a woman, a girl, they're gonna separation. So stupid is this. Mind control.
Psychological warfare.
Yes,
And religion is the worst.
You know what it is that paperclip is?
Yeah, Operation Paperclip. Yeah.
Yes.
What about Operation Bluebird?
And remote weaving. Remote weaving, you know this? We then to the
MK Ultra.
Then television.
Yeah, MK Ultra.
Yes, this is the same. They take the number 1. You have a thinking in your head. You take a copies and go to the school and shut down the kids.
Yeah.
Yes, it happened many times in the United States with the why. Then the government say, oh no, it's forbidden and have guns.
They want to take ours. We're the last country that's able to bear arms.
Yes.
But it won't happen. plenty of warriors are, you know, maybe not enough, but we have enough. There's so many. There's behind every blade of grass we have something.
But you know, you have the cops here, you have the military, you have the hospital, the doctors. This
Yeah.
is too many people.
Yeah.
And they take the kids. You have the FN. Every this, it do not got. They take the kids.
Damn.
And who have the right to do that? And many people think, but I don't care. Shit happens.
If anyone else wants to come up, I'm dropping the link. If Divergent just dropped the video. I like Divergent's channel. And Red Squid X too. He's been dropping a lot of content every day. Every day he goes in twice, 3 times a day.
I looked in on him one time. He was alive 22 hours. In Sweden, I sit in maximally 1 hour. You know, this is boring. And you have us now 4 hours.
Hey, since you're here, Candy, would you want to do the interview live? I could end this one and then.
Yes, you do that. You're gonna go in another live in Swedish.
And yeah, and then I'll start because I just want to do the video to be just about you.
Yes.
I'm gonna ask the last time you came up, you know, I was gonna call you, but since you're here, I'm just gonna ask the same questions. Well, not the same, but based off the same thing that we talked about because it was so good when you came up and spoke that I wanna.
But I
you know, people should hear that. Huh?
You know, the sea is deep. The sea, the ocean is deep, but I am where any more deeper.
I don't know if the ocean's that deep. Not as deep as they say. Marcel.
But here in Sweden, I cannot speak with no people here in Sweden. I say you are crazy. I don't.
You got.
You.
Yeah.
I begin talk on putting in Trump on the war. Really, 2010. And my people on Facebook, how can you know this? This was 2010 you're writing this. You must see.
All right, Candy, I'm gonna set it up right now. I'll set up the live.
Yes, you. We say have it so good. Peace to you.
Oops. Yeah, Mikael, you could come anytime, man, if you're not busy.
Yes, I see you when you go on live. I have you on my YouTube. I see.
Okay. I'm gonna go live again. I just got to set it up. I'm gonna do an interview with Candy. Yes.
Yes, do that. Man, have this so good.
Yes, thank you, man, for coming up.
Yes.
That was.
Yes.
And if you see Renegade, tell him to come by sometime. If you ever talk to him.
Yeah, he know he have meeting a girl.
Yeah.
And he take it a little easy. He have no on the phone is off. He thinking this is for much, you know. Sit every day and speak, and he is a flat earth, you know. And many people he speak with on the line. They will, oh no, the earth is round. How can this was round, you know? But try, hey, you have a telephone number?
Huh?
Have you his number?
Oh number? No, Renegade? No, I don't. I have his Telegram number. Yeah.
Yeah, but I can't speak with him. Can I do? So can
you don't have Telegram?
Ja, jag är telegram. Nej, but you know then, but this is dropped now, you know, flat earth.
Mm.
Many people don't like me, so they stop this. Because I've been beginning with speaking in the numberlogio. You can this? Speaking numberlogio. Numberlogio. Every A, B, C has a number. Every name, every word has a number.
Yeah.
Mm. And when you can do that, see the number, can you see in the movie, the newspaper, everything, long time before they happen. So if they're gonna be war, you must drop in the ground, under the ground in the earth, because with the bam, you are not here.
Yeah, in America, we don't have no place to hide underground. They don't give us no.
You must look.
Only Russia. Russia does for their people, but not America. They want us to
No.
die.
You must go to the first building, some new building, the old building, church and the oldest house. There under you have the tunnel.
Damn, I don't know.
Du får gå in the church, en sån katedral. Katedral. Som den Notre Dame. Notre Dame.
Let me see if I can.
But I drop you here now. So we see soon.
Okay.
Okay, have it fun. Hey, can I speak? How will you have it in your country? Have you many sådana Muslim och Afghan och Somalia?
Somalia?
Afghan och Mexican och... No, you know, these people are not gonna live in America, some come here. Some Biden has take here.
Oh yeah, they're coming through the border.
And crush the store, the shop. Smack the windows and take television, telephone, pants and everything. Punch the people. You have not heard that, va? The war. The war with the people.
My bad. You dropped me out. Oh, you left? trying to do too much at once. That's the problem. Oops. Anyway, let me damn, I gotta end this live, and then I'm going to start on the live stream right back up, because I'm gonna do the interview live with Candy. So I'm going to end this live, and then I'm going to start the other live with you, Candy. I'm setting it up right now, so I'm going to end this so I can set it up. Give me 2 minutes, and I'll have it up, and I'll drop the link for you to come. Or I'll text you the link so we can speak real quick before I start the live. So I appreciate everyone, and if you want to see this interview, it'll be with Candy, aka Brownie Girl 69. It's going to be a really good interview, and I appreciate everyone. And let me set this up, and we'll be live. Peace.